politics. My name is Maxim Leoshan, and I represent the National Democratic Institute's team, and today I will be the host of our online marathon. You will hear my voice at the background. I will tell you about the upcoming session or a break, and I will also be making other important technical announcements. We have the simultaneous interpretation today. After the interpretation is on, those of you who have joined the marathon in Zoom will see the globe icon at the bottom right corner. To hear the interpretation, you have to choose Ukrainian language channel. Before the sessions that will be interpreted, I will be reminding you about interpretation feature. If you're watching marathon on Facebook or YouTube, the interpretation feature will be enabled automatically. To submit your question to one of our speakers, please use Q&A icon in Zoom or comments shall you be watching online live stream. Our team will be following chat box and comments and will be forwarding all of the information to session moderators. If time allows, your questions will be asked by our moderators. Online Media Marathon Equality in Politics is not a one-time event, but rather an information online campaign aimed at raising awareness about equality between men and women in politics. If you, same as me, support equality in politics, you can support the campaign by using one of Facebook frames. I join Media Marathon or Equality in Politics. To do that, you have to click the link, which you can now see in a Zoom chat box or in the caption under our live stream. Today, we have an illustrator who is drawing the most interesting and important moments of our marathon. As soon as the marathon is over, you will be able to find illustrations on the Facebook page and a website of Women Are 50% of Ukraine's Success project. So this is it for the technicalities. And now we can get started. Esteemed participants of Media Online Marathon Equality in Politics, welcome to today's event. Media Online Marathon Equality in Politics is organized by the National Democratic Institute thanks to the generous support of American people, provided with the help of USAID, support of Sweden, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Canada, as well as Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. National Democratic Institute is a partner of USAID DOBRE program, which is implemented by the consortium led by global communities. I'd like to remind you that online stream is available on Facebook and YouTube of Women Are 50% of Ukraine's Success. Now, I would like to give the floor to the Vice Speaker of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, co-chair of the Equal Opportunities Caucus, Olena Kondratyuk, to open the media marathon.
Пані Олено, ваш мікрофон включений, ви можете розпочинати.
The floor is yours. Thank you. Thank you for unmuting me. Morning, everybody. Esteemed participants of Online Media Marathon Equality in Politics, esteemed organizers of the event, thank you for having invited me. Thank you for the opportunity to speak in front of you. Together with like-minded people from the Equal Opportunities Caucus, we are working on equal opportunities for men and women. And right before the 30th anniversary of Ukraine, if somebody asked me if the level of equality increased, is there more of female leadership in politics in Ukraine, we can definitely say yes. it has happened. From the historical point of view, the Ukrainian society and modern Ukrainian society managed to achieve some quite important things. And many international partners and friends also see that. And we have to also learn to see our success. Among the MPs of the 9th convocation, about 21% are women. This is already an achievement compared to the first convocation. There was only 3% of female representatives. The global tendencies are demonstrating that politics is not only something that men do. Modern politics does not only have male face. In Ukraine, this also is changing. Recently, it was difficult to imagine that elections to the parliament of Ukraine will be happening using the quota for people of a certain gender, which allow women to increase their representation in the parliament. In 2020, we held local elections, which demonstrated that these quotas are necessary, that they worked, and where the parties were responsible for their communities, these quotas did their job. This also opened a window of opportunities for many professional, energetic women who were running for local positions. Talking about the number of mandates, 34 to 40% of women became local councillors, and I believe that this is a great achievement. However, parliamentary local elections which took place with gender quotas, of course, demonstrated certain challenges and obstacles that we have to openly talk about. And today I would like to emphasize them. There is one thing that covers all levels of political involvement of women. The formal increase in number of women does not always mean quality. I mean, taking important decisions for the lives of community and country. In the first place, everything that has to do with economy, budget, property, land resources, and other matters of utmost importance that are related to the life of the country or communities. If we look at the broader picture, this is something typical for the Verkhovna Rada, as well as for the majority of oblast and local councils. Let us take the Parliament of the 9th Convocation. Only 3 committees are led by women. There are only 23 positions of the secretaries and several positions of the deputies that are taken by women, which is 13% from the total amount of the positions of secretaries and first deputies, heads of committees. Only 2 international organizations are led by women. So practically, all of the most important committees, such as budget, finance, agricultural, transport, are managed by men. So it is still far from equality if we look in the Verkhovna Rada. To adjust the situation, to adjust this misbalance, together with colleagues from the Equal Opportunities Caucus, we have drafted a bill which provides for equal opportunities for men and women when the parliamentary structure is shaped. I would like to talk about it because this bill is very easy to understand. Basically, it provides for equal representation of men and women in the leadership of different committees. This is when there should be representatives of different gender. At least a third of the positions should be also held by representatives of one gender. It is not allowed to have a committee that consists only from MPs of the same gender. And I believe that if this bill is passed, we're gonna have a much better balance between genders in the legislative body in the country. It is very important. Because Ukraine is parliamentary presidential republic and all of the most important decisions have to be made by the parliament. It will also allow women to have more impact on shaping the budget and will strengthen their role in overseeing what is done by the cabinet of ministers, another function that is carried out by the parliament of Ukraine. Cox mission within dialogue, Monet dialogues also recommended us to pay more attention to that. You know that there also is a bill on the discrimination and countering sexism. You know that this also, even during the previous convocation, we could not even think of something like that. We could not think about countering sexism at the legislative level. And now we think that given that there was a huge rebranding of the parliament, its institutional capacities are developed, we have to develop the ethical code for the members of the parliament, which would also cover punishment for sexist statements and sexism in the parliament. We also have to fight for access to making decisions at the community level. Unfortunately, the problem of having no women in certain committees at the local level is still there. Those who are dealing with not only humanitarian, but also budget and economic matters, especially now when we're talking about properly using resources given the pandemic. Talking about political parties, even though they formally stick to the quotas at the parliament and local elections, however, the number of women on managerial positions is not enough. There should not be female wing of the political party. Rather, women should play an active role. They should control, oversee, and help the parties build their capacity. And I believe the more energetic, caring women are engaged in making decisions, the more women are managing this all at the level of local communities, government, the parliament, the better will be the protection of the citizens in the country. You know, women, they'll also have to believe that they are capable. We are creating the landscape for their political opportunities. But women have to be confident that I'm strong, I'm prepared for political struggle, I can overcome all challenges. To do that, we shouldn't be fixated only on those women who have already achieved success. So our task is not to only create, but also make this window of opportunities much broader for those women who follow us, because mentoring is something that should be done by those who want to pass on to others who are hesitant whether they should do that. So I think that we women who already are in politics, who have already walked this path, have to develop networks, communities of like-minded people, this kind of fora as the one that we're having today, so that we're uniting people based on their values of human rights, equality of opportunities for men and women, and promote equality values in general, as they allow you to build confidence and justice in the society. This is very important. This is something that the society wants to hear about, that the society wants to feel. So using this opportunity, I would like to also express my solidarity with all women, which one way or another came across barriers along their path. Those who already are working at the local government. We want to fight stereotypes, prejudice, limitations, and restrictions. Everything that women are faced with. And of course, we will be doing that as good as possible. And this is our joint task. Thank you so much for your attention. I'd like to wish you all to have a very fruitful discussion, a very successful forum. Once more, using this opportunity, I'd like to express the gratitude to all those who will be joining our today's discussion. Thank you so much.
Дякуємо, пані Олено. Шановні пані та панове, на жаль, пані Ольга Стефанішина.
Thank you, Elena. Dear ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, Olga Stefanishina, Deputy Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine, is not capable to deliver her speech right now. We hope that Olga will join us during our marathon a bit later. So now we break for a short time, and the discussion part of the marathon will start at 10:30.
Шановні пані та панове, ще раз вітаємо вас на медійному марафоні.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, we would like to welcome you once again at our media marathon, Equality in Politics. And now we start the discussion part of the marathon. Dear participants who have just joined us in Zoom, in order to be able to listen to the interpretation, you need to pick the interpretation channel at the right bottom corner and choose the globe.
The globe in the right bottom of your screen. Для модерації першої сесії «Чому гендерна рівність у
To
політиці?»
moderate the first session, why does gender equality in politics matter? We would like to give the floor to Natia Jiki, NDI Ukraine Deputy Director.
Thank you, Max. Good morning to everyone who found the time this morning to join the online Equality in Politics Media Marathon. I am pleased to see the high interest and we're grateful for your participation. The theme of today's conversation that I'm hosting is why does gender equality in politics matter? And I have two distinguished guests with me to discuss this topic, the Ambassador of the United Kingdom to Ukraine, Melinda Simmons, and the Ambassador of Sweden to Ukraine, Tobias Tiberg. I want to thank you both for making the time for this conversation, and also special thanks for all you do for gender equality in Ukraine. And of course, for supporting NDI's work in this area. With that, let's just go to the most interesting part of this conversation. I will be asking questions in rotation. We have 30 minutes, and with the first question, I will go to Ambassador Simmons. Ambassador Simmons, the government of the United Kingdom is supporting gender equality work in Ukraine. This is clearly a priority area for the government. When and why did equality between men and women become a centerpiece of the UK foreign policy? And why does this type of assistance matter for Ukraine? Ambassador Simmons. Maybe she's no longer with us. Okay, maybe we'll go to Ambassador Tiberg first. So the Ambassador Tiberg, you're the ambassador of the country that has a feminist foreign policy. What does that mean in practice, and how does it manifest in your day-to-day work?
Thanks so much, Natia, and thanks to NDI for organizing this year's media marathon, which is really one of the highlights of the diplomatic and civil society calendar in Ukraine. Feminist foreign policy really means one thing. It means that no matter what we do in every single sphere of policy, we as representatives of Sweden are expected to put the question of how our actions and our policies contribute to greater equality between women and men at the center of those issues. Now, I'll tell you, when this policy first began a number of years ago, it sort of raised a lot of questions throughout the Swedish diplomatic service, because it was a pretty radical instruction that we got from our political leadership. We were basically told that no matter what we do, be it guest lists for lunches, be it a trade policy, be it investment policy, be it security policy, no matter what we do, we had in each and every single action to consider how that would affect and contribute to greater equality between women and men. And as you can imagine, a lot of us, including myself, originally thought, well, this is a great objective, but frankly, what does trade policy have to do with gender? And how can I, promise that I will always have gender balanced meetings at my embassy if official X, Y, and Z happen to be men? And this policy really forced us to, think an extra, go the extra mile in thinking of what we could do. If Director X is a man, well, does he maybe have a deputy who's a woman? And should I have this meeting with her instead? So these small issues in sort of the day-to-day work of Swedish embassies, which is affected. Now that's kind of in the day-to-day, but also in the policy realm, it soon revealed itself that there really isn't a single policy area which does not have a pretty fundamental gender aspect. If we talk about trade negotiations, why do we choose to sort of focus on liberalizing area X rather than liberalizing area Y? Should we choose? Can we choose our priorities in trade negotiations based on, for instance, the level of women's employment in a certain sector, or how safety standards in a particular sector might affect women more than men, etc.? So it soon sort of transpired that there really isn't any end to how much you can integrate a gender aspect into any field of foreign policy. And that's something which has been extremely inspiring. We've only sort of been doing feminist foreign policy in Sweden for about 6 years now. So we're still at the very beginning of this journey, but I'm very inspired by how much we've learned. Thanks, Natya.
Thank you very much. Ambassador Siemens, I'm glad that you've been able to join. The government of the United Kingdom is supporting gender equality work in Ukraine. It's clearly the priority for your government. When and why did equality between men and women become a centerpiece for UK's foreign policy? And why does this work matter in Ukraine?
Thank you. I hope you can hear me. I'm sorry, I had some trouble joining this morning.
Perfect.
I had to switch devices, but I think it's all right now. And good to see you, and good to see you, Tobias. It's good to be sharing a panel with you on this really important subject. I think the interesting thing about the UK is that I think that we were relatively late, actually, in thinking about this in a front and centre way. We didn't really, in the Foreign Office, start to take this seriously until after the Equal Pay Act in 1970. And even then, through the 1970s, if you were female and working in the Foreign Office, there were career issues. If you became pregnant, it was very difficult to reach the highest levels of the Foreign Office. And I think it wasn't really until the early 1980s that in the Foreign Office, which, by the way, I wasn't working in at the time, frankly, by the time I came, there was already an upward trend. But it wasn't really until the 1980s that I think it became clearer to the leadership of the Foreign Office that if you wanted to work towards a more inclusive foreign policy, you were going to have to be more deliberately forward-leaning in exactly the way that Tobias has described, actually, about Sweden. But that once that was understood, then increasing amount of effort went first into attracting more women into the service, clearing away the sort of more kind of offensive-sounding rules and sort of cultural norms around, issues of what happened to your career if you started a family, for example, or just the way in which information was received that made it more inclusive. All those things have had more and more effort poured into them, so that we now have a point this year where half of our ambassadors in Sub-Saharan Africa are female. Our ambassadors in all our, if you like, priority posts now, in Berlin, in Paris, soon to come, in Washington, in New York, in Tokyo, and Beijing, all these ambassadors are female. And they are all sort of a product of that effort made in the earlier years to start to attract, train, and support women, to get them to a point where they could see themselves going for these kinds of posts and were supported to go for these kinds of posts. So I think the lesson that we have learned and continue to learn, even now, that empowering women to take their place in society is front and centre of our foreign policy. We're still continuing to understand that you only really get there, not just in your own country, but countries like Ukraine that you work with, if you always make this front and centre. And as Tobias said, not just front and centre of diplomacy, but front and centre of the thematic issues that you're dealing with wherever. If you're talking about trade, if you're talking about social sector delivery, if you're talking about conflict, it isn't so much that working to empower women is like a policy on its own. It is that it runs through every issue that the Foreign Office thinks of, and certainly every issue that I think of when I do my work here in Ukraine.
Thank you very much. I'll go back to Ambassador Tiber with the next question. Sweden is a global leader when it comes to gender mainstreaming in policymaking. Can you please share with us what are the key pillars of Swedish gender equality policy, and what is the role of the Swedish Gender Equality Agency is playing in implementing this policy?
There. Thanks, Natia. So Melinda said something. She said that sort of gender policy is not a kind of a functional policy area as much as something which runs through every issue. And that was sort of the thinking, or let's put it this way, that was a key question that came up when Sweden was debating whether or not to establish a gender equality agency, which we did quite recently, actually. And one of the fears that was quite present in the debate around the establishment of that agency was, is this now going to become sort of a way of setting aside gender equality issues and relieving other parts of not only the state, but also private sector, civil society from their responsibility to contribute to gender equality in everything they do, and say, well, we have an agency for that, so let them do it. Now, my feeling when that debate was happening was that I had a sense that we were sort of beyond that point in Sweden. I didn't believe that it was going to be so much of a risk because, somehow we have spent by now so many years working on integrating gender equality into the work of pretty much every not only part of the state, but also part of the business and civil society, that I don't really think that can be reversed in the sense of saying, oh, now we have a government agency, let them deal with this issue. But that was definitely a very real concern. And there were many serious people, including people who have been advocating gender equality for many years, who were actually opposed to the establishment of the gender equality agency. I think now that it's been up and running for a year or two, the consensus is that it's performing its functions in a smart way. It's remained pretty small, and it is very careful not to actually getting into the implementation of policies or even necessarily the formulation of policies, but it sticks very much to a mandate of advising other government agencies, but also business, academia, civil society on gender policies. Another very important part of its function is to work closely with the Swedish Statistics Agency, which for many years now has been working to constantly improve its gender disaggregated data. And what this agency is doing with the Statistics Agency is essentially to constantly push the boundaries for how statistics can be further improved, further skewed, further refined, in order to disclose embedded structural inequalities between women and men. So my sense is that the Gender Equality Agency has performed an important function, but it comes after many years of important gender work that has been done throughout Swedish society. Thank you.
Thank you. You've highlighted some very important lessons, I think, that Ukraine can learn from this experience. And Ambassador Simmons, next question is to you. Looking at your very extensive foreign policy career and your work in many different contexts, what are some of the personal lessons learned when it comes to women's political participation that you will always carry with you wherever you go?
Thanks. So my career is, the thread that runs through my career is conflict-affected countries and fragile countries. And there are two things that I think have come out as the main themes around enabling women to participate in peace processes and peace building and the building of the state. And the first is that when people talk about women's participation, there is the big risk that just by enabling a certain number of women in the room, that'll be enough, that's job done, as long as you can see, women there. And quite often then that will be women at a table, but not at the table. It may be women taken from civil society or from community groups who are given 5 minutes in a negotiation and then they leave. That's not participation. And to achieve that participation takes an awful lot of lobbying and advocating and creating that space, and then training women who will not have been used or uncomfortable actually in being in that space to step up and own it, to understand that it's theirs to define. It's not a space that someone else has defined. And although this all can sound quite kind of woolly and generic, actually the truth is that building the confidence for women to be enabled to do and say what they need to do and say in that space, it's not a total given, and certainly not in countries where women have been excluded from those spaces, frankly, either from cultural or political imperative, time immemorial. the big thing of understanding you're not stepping into somebody else's space, but that space over there is for you to describe and use as your own. That takes confidence that I don't think is can be assumed. Needs to be supported and trained. So that's the first big theme. And the second big theme is those same women need protecting to be in that space. To be quite frank, in the same way as female parliamentarians who take their space in parliament and endure unbelievable abuse, including, frankly, in Ukraine, likewise need that protection. And protection can come from statements from supporting countries who want to be clear that that's the right thing to do, to be inclusive, to systems and legislation, likewise, to enable women to feel okay that it is going to be safe, security-wise safe, to be able to take that step and participate. But both these things are incredibly important, because throughout my career, it's been really clear that the only peace agreements that stick are the ones where women are involved in the negotiating of them. There are sufficient statistics that show that now. Nearly 90% of peace agreements that have women involved in those negotiations are still going strong 5 to 10 years later, and those that don't have women involved are more likely to fail. And it's fairly obvious why. The more inclusive you are, the more holistic the issues you're going to pick up, the more intelligence you're going to get about the state of things, the more reflective and owned by society a peace agreement is going to be. So those are the two things that I've taken with me throughout my career. To enable participation needs to be real, and the protection that comes with it needs to be built in. Thanks.
Thank you for this, some very eye-opening data. Thank you very much. Ambassador Tiber, next question is to you. Ukraine is going through many transformative changes, and very quickly. It's hard to catch up with all the changes that are happening. And of course, the journey towards equality is an important part of this transformation. Of course, Ukrainian government bears the big responsibility in this for this journey. But do you have some thoughts about what individual Ukrainians can do in their everyday life to support this very important cause?
Thanks so much. Thanks, Nadia. I think I'd like to point to basically two things, sort of when it comes to sort of, you know, things that can be do in one's everyday life. The first one relates to engaging with civil society. One of the huge achievements, I think, of state and society building in Ukraine since independence 30 years ago is the development of an extremely active civil society in this country, all over the country and at every level. And one of the things that does is it means that it dramatically lowers the barriers for engagement for regular citizens. It means that you don't have to commit an entire life or an entire career to a given cause in order to make a positive contribution. Civil society provides, you know, avenues for engagement and interfaces, which makes it possible to contribute in a small way, but in a way which, when taken together in the aggregate with what other people do, can have a big impact. It can be something as simple as signing a petition, joining a march, you know, helping out an NGO either financially or with a few hours of work a week. So I think one of the things that I would recommend is to, you know, if anybody feels that the challenge is important but so huge and so daunting, that what contribution can I make? Look at sort of small things that can be done and that won't, and that when taken together will have a huge effect. The second thing I'd like to suggest is to think about work in the home. I would like to encourage Ukrainian women and men, not only Ukrainian women and men, but this is the country we're in right now, to start thinking about work in the home, first of all, as work, and second of all, not as women's work or men's work. I think this is something which we can all do in our everyday life, which doesn't demand much of us, and it simply demands a commitment to those with whom we are closest and those that we have made the largest commitments to in our life. And I think by having a more conscious approach and a more equal approach to the burdens of work in the home, I think that can also have a huge impact outside the home. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Next question is to you, Ambassador Simons. You're very public in your support to women leaders from various sectors in Ukraine. Why, in your opinion, is it so important to be public about supporting gender equality initiatives and highlighting women's achievements publicly?
Thanks. For the simple reason that the more often you talk about something publicly, the more normal it becomes. That's why. And it's the same for any issue. And it's the same for talking about the benefits, but also the need to involve women more. I'm also public because I am female and doing a job as a woman ambassador. So the more I talk about it, if you like, the more attention there is to the fact that you can do these kinds of jobs. But actually, the main thing is that the less you talk about, the easier it is to push it into a corner. So every time I speak to, every time I go and speak to a minister, for example, here, or every time I meet with government representatives, it really doesn't matter what we're talking about. I will ask what thought they've given to women's participation in that conversation, whether it's about the economy, whether it's about what's going on in the East, whether it's about corruption or about, party political issues in the Raj or whatever. I will ask how women have been involved. The more I ask, the more they will expect that it's coming and be ready with a conversation that is more than about, oh, I thought you would say that. And becomes more of a textured conversation. So that's why. And I actually think that it's the sort of thing that you're never going to have to stop pointing up and talking about specifically. It's not a thing that's going to become redundant. There are layers of participation here and layers, of course, of abuse for participating. So I think the onus, the responsibility is on us, on ambassadors like Tobias and myself and others, to continue to make sure people understand that this is a thing that's not just important, but ingrained for someone like me. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Okay, the next question is Ambassador Tiberg. I know that you're a proud feminist. Now you have a chance to appeal to Ukrainian men. So what would be your message to them on the issue of equality between men and women in politics?
Thanks, Nadia. The question you just asked is huge, and I'm going to choose just a tiny part of that question. I'd like to appeal to Ukrainian leading men in politics, and the reason why I say that is the following: in Sweden, the movement for women's empowerment and equality between women and men has been pretty strong since the end of the 19th century. But there was something really, really important that happened in the end of the 1960s. The then leader of the Swedish Social Democratic Party, which at the time had a pretty dominant position in Swedish politics, Olof Palme, he came up at the party congress of the Social Democratic Party, and he had one core message. He said, gender equality is no longer a women's issue in this country. Gender equality is a core issue of politics in this country, and it will be fundamental to everything that we do as a party. Now, the Social Democratic Party in Sweden, as a typical labor movement, until that point, had not been terribly strong or terribly vocal on the issue of equality between women and men. They had focused very much on traditional sort of early 20th century labor issues, and that, because of the nature of the workforce back then, had focused pretty much on issues that were important to working men. Now, by taking this leadership and taking the party out of its comfort zone and saying that this issue is no longer an issue for women, this is an issue for politics, and this is an issue for all of society, had a transformative effect. And if we look at the progress which has happened in Sweden on the issue of equality between women and men, the progress has been there throughout the 20th and the beginning of the 21st century. But we really saw a hockey club effect sometime in the late 60s, early 70s, when things really began to take off. I believe that an important part of that was that the sort of the preeminent male political leader of a political party in Sweden, which hadn't traditionally been associated with equality between women and men, said, no longer is this going to be a marginal issue. This is now going to be a mainstream issue for our party. And that had a huge, huge effect. So my simple recommendation in response to your question would be that men who are political leaders in Ukraine work in that spirit. Thanks.
Thank you for this very inspiring story. Ambassador Simmons, what makes you optimistic about Ukraine's journey towards greater equality between men and women in politics?
Thanks. Just before I answer that, actually, I want to add something, if you don't mind, something Tobias said. I'm very struck listening to what Tobias was saying, that when William Hague was our Foreign Secretary and he started the Preventing Sexual Violence Initiative with Angelina Jolie, I remember British media asking the question, why is William Hague interested in this? Like, because William Hague was a male Foreign Secretary, it seemed less obvious. Angelina Jolie by then had already been filming in Bosnia. It seemed obvious. And William Hague responded the same way as Tobias has just said. And one of the things that really struck me about that was what an enormous effect that had, a male Foreign Secretary saying, this is a front and centre thing for me. So I think Tobias is absolutely right that this is not just about women talking about this, but it requires senior men to be talking about it the same way. So I just wanted to underline that. Why am I optimistic about Ukraine? For kind of two broad reasons. One is because in the 18 months since I've been here, I've just been struck every time I travel, every time I meet with women, whether it's women defenders or whether it's women working in climate change, whether it's local councillors or people working on decentralisation initiatives in their communities, or indeed just women living and going about their business and talking with me about their communities, about the extraordinary amount of energy there is here for that change and that development. That is so fantastic because it's something that you can work with. You can work with it endlessly if you find people who have got the energy to achieve that change. And it is consistently exciting to meet with women groups wherever in Ukraine. It doesn't matter. Even if we're meeting to just talk about problems and challenges, the sheer energy of those women to do something about those problems and challenges is the most amazing motivation for me and for colleagues like me to lean in and help. So that's probably my biggest kind of source of optimism for the country. But then also there are tangible results and tangible progress, even in the last couple of years, that tell me that Ukraine is on that journey. And partly that has to do with the highest ever number of women in the Rada, and the results returned from the last election are truly fantastic and show that change is possible. And partly because of real rules and initiatives like gender quotas, for example, in elections that tell me that Ukraine is perfectly capable of taking on quite mature measures to get onto this road more firmly, that mean that we can have a conversation of equals about what more needs to be done. So these are the things that even as I continue to hear about the pressures on female parliamentarians and the abuse, frankly, that women who get into activism of any kind endure, and of the enduring cultural norms that make it really hard for women to resist the pressures to just stay at home. Even against that, I can see a movement, I can see evidence of change, and that is what gives me my optimism.
Thank you so much. And I wanted to ask a last question to you both. What would you tell a Ukrainian woman who is listening to this conversation, is unsure whether she should run for politics? What would be your message to that woman?
Run. That's what I tell her. Run for politics. Do the thing. Don't let that thing, that tick that says maybe I can't, don't let that get in the way. Just do. That is what I would say.
Tobias?
Nadia, I'm going to be very frank here. I'm a little bit worried about this question because, you know, it's very difficult for me to even begin to understand the kind of challenges that a Ukrainian woman entering politics would be facing. So I think Melinda's quite simply in a better place to answer your question. But since I got it, I'll still make a try. The the difficulties facing women who are active in politics is something that I read about and that I hear about and that I've discussed with Ukrainian women who are active in politics. The only thing I would like to say is I believe that there are networks out there. I believe that there is support out there. I believe that there are resources for women. And I do believe that in local councils, on the oblast level, at the central level, on all those levels, I do think that there are resources that women in politics can tap into to seek support in the face of the really, really difficult challenges that they are facing when it comes to increasing women's involvement in politics. I think you and the organization you work for, Natya, represents one of those sources of support and strength. And so I guess my advice, my humble advice would be to seek the support and the strength that networks and civil society in Ukraine can provide. Thanks.
And then run for office.
Thank you so much, dear Ambassador Siemens, dear Ambassador Tiberg. Thank you for this very inspiring and insightful conversation. And in this very difficult times for all of us, it's so important not to lose focus on the important achievements that Ukraine has in this area and also the work that lies ahead. So we're grateful for your support, and let's help the women to run, for more women to run for office. So thank you very much, and have a very good working day ahead. Thank you.
Thanks, Natya.
Right.
Дякуємо, шановні пані амбасадорко Сіменс та пане
We would like
амбасадоре.
to thank distinguished guests, our ambassadors, Ms. Siemens and Mr. Tiberg. We are happy that Ms. Olga Stefanishyna, Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, is ready to join our discussion. So just a quick technical break to have Olga Stefanishyna with us.
Ви не знаєте, як ключі?
Шановні пані та панове, поки
Dear ladies and gentlemen, while we are waiting for Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine, Olga Stefanishyna, is joining us, we'll proceed with our agenda. Unfortunately, not all the guests who have been invited were able to join our live stream. Nonetheless, they see the topic of equality in politics as very important. That's why they have prepared the video address. So I suggest us to watch a video address of Christina Hartman, independent expert in elections and political consultant in.
Greetings from the United States to all of you, ambassadors, members of parliament, local councilors, local women leaders, civic activists, and anyone else who might be joining us at this amazing media marathon today. And of course, a special welcome and thank you to any women in the audience who have run for office or are thinking about running. My name is Christina Hartman. I'm from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, a place best known for our religious community called the Amish, who are 17th century Swiss-German refugees, and for the way that we prioritize our community and democracy. My county has about 500,000 people in it. That includes a small city of 50,000 people where I live called Lancaster. And that small city has a lot of the same problems that big cities like Philadelphia, New York, or Kiev have. We're a small city surrounded by a big county that is focused on farming, faith, business, education, and family. In my family, we have immigrants, survivors of domestic violence, alcoholics, drug addicts, those who have served time in prison, those who have climbed the social and economic ladder despite the odds, those who have served in the armed services, and those who have lived more daring lives than we can imagine as small business owners in our communities. So, what's a small town Pennsylvania gal like me doing here talking to you? Or talking to anyone? Well, I was fortunate enough to grow up in this special place that taught me the value of democracy and community. I was able to spend most of my career doing what people who work for organizations like NDI do, sharing what we know about democracy to make it stronger. So I was doing democracy work all over the world and teaching other people to do what America used to do really well, and I could see that my own democracy was suffering. And the breaking point wasn't November of 2016, as you might imagine. It was actually a few years before that, in November of 2011, when my state faced a massive child abuse scandal at our university. I couldn't believe that this was still happening in 2011, that innocent children were allowed to be gravely harmed by men in my state. I realized it was time for me to leave my international work and to start giving voice to those who didn't have one in my own country. And by 2016, I decided to run for office. And what a year it was to run for office. And while my bid for Congress eventually ended, my need to continue to serve, to give citizens voice, and to shed light on government and elected officials did not. These values are why you all work so hard, why you spend your off hours and volunteer and don't give up on democracy. Because it doesn't matter where in the world we are from, we all share these same values. So after I lost my race in 2016, I headed to Monrovia in May of 2017 to train 30 Liberian women running for Congress so that they could raise the money they needed to run their campaigns, reach voters, and hopefully win in some of the most sexist, corrupt, rural, and poorest parts of the world. I thought maybe if I trained them on these skills, they could bring light to the injustices in their system. I trained my cohort on proven fundraising and organizing tactics and helped them to identify grassroots donors who could invest in their campaigns. I helped them to understand the psychology behind why someone would want to give them money or volunteer for their campaign. And I know you know all these reasons, but I'll say them anyway. You volunteer or give to a campaign because you want to be a part of something bigger than yourself, because you believe in the candidate, because you believe in an issue that the candidate supports, or because, frankly, you just don't like the other person. However, there's another reason that people often forget. People participate in giving and volunteering because they are asked. They are flattered that you thought of them, that you thought that they had enough money or the right skills to be helpful, even if they feel that they don't. and in rural Liberia, and even in rural Pennsylvania or rural Ukraine, few ordinary people have ever been asked to participate. The elderly lady who sells her tomatoes at the local market has likely never been asked an opinion on anything in her life, let alone if she would like to support a political candidate or what issues are important to her. I'd love to tell you that we ended the training with 30 candidates who were ready to fundraise, organize, and believed it was possible. But we didn't. At best, we ended up with 30 women who were excited to run and felt like they had learned some new skills, and maybe 5 who were skeptically hopeful that maybe part of what this American lady was saying might work. However, the organization that I was working for, it was NDI, thought the training went really well, and they invited me back a month later to do a version of that training for another 50 women. And when I arrived, I was met with a great surprise. The 5 women who had been my hopeful skeptics at the previous training came running up to me and yelling and screaming. "It worked, Christina, it worked. We did what you said and it worked. We wrote letters to our friends, we held fundraisers, we asked people for money and support, and they gave it to us." And you know, those supporters gave joyfully and willingly, even if they didn't have a lot. Little by little and bit by bit, they believed in their candidate's message. They believed that their candidate was the light, and they believed that their contribution could contribute to making that light brighter. A few of those women went on to run successful grassroots campaigns where they got their message out to thousands of people in their communities and won a seat in the Liberian House of Representatives. But what the Liberian example demonstrated to me is that the light is in each one of us. I tell you all of this because no matter where in the world we are, we have a lot in common. I suspect my farming faith-based community that has a small urban center may be similar to where you grew up, or you may share the challenges of my small city. I know that this place where I live doesn't just exist, but thrives because of women. The things that make our communities strong are because of women who hold families together, even when relationships are fraught or it's hard to do. Women who cook a meal for a friend who has just lost a loved one, and the women who make sure our children are fed and go to school in clean clothes. As women, we are often teachers, nurses, and administrators. But we are also lawyers, doctors, CEOs, accountants, NGO leaders, and business owners. We are so capable of so many things, and we don't easily fit into a box. And maybe that's why some of you ran for office in the first place. That's why I ran, because the box that I thought I belonged in got too small. I wanted a bigger box with a bigger platform. And not for myself, but so I could help more people in my community, something that my congressman didn't seem to be doing. You all know very well that right now you are facing large pockets of darkness in your national and local politics. You know the realities, so I'm not going to sugarcoat this. As you go about your political work, you're going to be rejected, insulted, and personally attacked. You will face a despair that makes you ask, why am I even doing this? But in your darkest moments, when you're wondering if the rewards are worth everything that you're putting yourself through, remember, every great thing that has ever happened had a beginning, and progress happens one conversation at a time. When you open the door for someone to change their mind, you're not only helping that person to have a positive experience, you are having a positive impact on your entire community. And if we're ever going to see a brighter tomorrow, we have to lay the groundwork for it today. Making contact with voters who've never been exposed to the values that we're fighting for, like that woman at the market. The work that you are doing is the hardest work of all. It is also the most important, and it is the one that will save your democracy. You know there are no easy answers, just lots of hard work, difficult conversations, and courage. A lot of courage. But you must also know that you are not alone. There are people in the next oblast, in the next state, and even in Liberia and America, working to make positive change in the name of the values we all hold dear. This is a marathon, not a sprint. Depending on where you live, you might have just cracked the surface in the last election and might only crack it a little bit more in the next one. But bit by bit, conversation by conversation, person by person, it will be cracked. And you, yes you, will be the woman who made the difference. Thank you.
Дякуємо, пані Крістіно.
Thank you so much, Christina. Ladies and gentlemen, we move on with our media marathon, Equality in Politics. I'd like to give the floor to Vice Prime Minister for European and Euro-Atlantic Integration of Ukraine, Olha Stefanishina. Olha, over to you. Good morning. I'm sorry I couldn't join you in the very morning because on Wednesdays we have traditional governmental meetings, but I am proud that today I have an opportunity to talk about such things as equality in politics. First, I would like to mention several facts. Today, compared to even what happened 15 years ago, we see huge transformations that are related to women's access to leadership positions in business. And don't say that the world is not changing. This is what Joe Biden said about Kamala Harris. 15 years ago, when Angela Merkel became the first female chancellor in Germany, one line and speech was enough to enumerate all women taking leading positions and political positions back then. Now, 15 years later, we have many more women like that. They are in parliament, in government. Ms. Freeland, Vice Prime Minister, Ursula von der Leyen, head of the European Commission, Maya Sandu, President in Moldova, Rabishvili, one of the leaders in Georgia. The political landscape is changing, finally, not only for men, but also for women leaders. Today, when we are talking about democratic transformations and unifying the Western world, the transformations that such countries as Ukraine are going through, we have to admit that there are no successful countries that have inequality. It is clear. That is why equal rights and opportunities for men and women is one of 6 basic values of the European Union, one of the destinations that Ukraine is headed towards on its Euro integration path. I'm confident that now is the time when we're doing twice as much, and we are gonna step up our efforts to achieve that end. But it is not an easy business to achieve it. We need more than laws. We need the change of the worldview. Civil society organizations led by women did a lot for that. And I believe that countering stereotypes is the first step towards bridging the gender gap, starting with access to different career paths up to getting access to politics. The first step that we have to make within the country is to also try and bridge the pay gap. Stop perceiving women as quotas. Women in politics is a natural thing. This is something that leads you towards equality and diversity. But this path requires some time. The Global Economic Forum in 2019 demonstrated that to bridge the gap between gender in healthcare politics requires about 100 years if we stay at the same speed. So we better hurry up and speed up. Women are highly educated in Ukraine, and even though demographically there are more women, the potential of females in our country is still not properly admitted in politics, and sometimes it is not valued at all, and interests of women are not represented well enough. This kind of situation clearly creates gender misbalance in employment, social sector, healthcare, education, and economic development. You know, as a vice prime minister who is responsible for European and Euro-Atlantic integration of Ukraine, very often say that we shouldn't talk about Ukraine without Ukraine. This is a very good philosophy that allows us to keep our leading positions in the region, as well as in our way towards transformation. The same should be done when we are working on policies that have to do with gender equality. Policies for women should not be shaped without women's participation. We made a good progress in this regard and have managed to bridge lots of gaps thanks to different legal tools. And today, it allows women to self-actualize professionally or in the political sphere. But still, a lot needs to be done. We need to change the outlook, the worldview, because the change at the legislative level already allows us to yield results. In this convocation, we have twice as many women as we had in the previous one. In rural local councils, the percentage of female councillors is not less than 1/3. In Oblast, the representation of women also increased double-fold compared to 2015, over 20%. So we have laid the groundwork for changing the worldview and seeing women in politics. However, this is only the beginning. In the government, we have only 3 female ministers. Among the heads of oblast administrations, we have only 2 women. Moreover, active participation of women at the lower levels in the local government does not yet always allow them to get to a higher level. That is why it is necessary to incentivize and promote this equality. So the women today very often are the hostages of the glass ceiling because of the gender, which exists not only in Ukraine alone. It is especially clear when you compare Ukraine with other countries where equality is the foundation of democracy. We have to start realizing that there is no more things that are suitable for men or suitable for women. Women in politics is the new normal. It will be changing our country for better. Once more, change in our country is a complicated process. Ukraine is going through lots of challenges, transformations, things that took other countries decades. A post-Soviet country, we are still trying to prove that we are a part of the European family. I believe that this kind of sharing opinion, discussing things, talking about equality is of utmost importance, so that women representation on all levels of government, we need to consolidate our efforts. And it should be done not only by the political elites, but by all women. Colleagues, participants, I encourage us to turn this kind of discussions into real information campaigns dedicated to supporting women in politics. I will make my personal contribution to that. And next month, together with my team, I will start a large project dedicated to communicating equality of women in politics, as well as tolerance towards women in politics. I am very much inspired by what I've heard before and look forward to speeches made by other people during today's event. Thank you so much, Olga. Ladies and gentlemen, Media Marathon Equality in Politics moves on to the second session. 2020 local elections. Are there more women in decision-making positions now? I'd like to give the floor to Ivana Fedenchuk, trainer, consultant of NDI, to moderate this session. Welcome. Thank you. Today we're going to discuss local elections in 2020, and together with our panelists, we'll try to answer the question, are there more women making decisions? I would like to introduce the participants of the discussion. Katerina Levchenko, Government Commissioner for Gender Equality Policy. Ina Yashchuk, Counselor of the 8th Convocation of the Khmelnytsky Oblast Council. Irina Trohim, Manager of the NGO Center Women's Perspectives. Natalia Karbovska, Strategic Development Director, Ukrainian Women's Fund, ICF, and Irina Voloshyna, Head of Communication Department, Association of Women Lawyers of Ukraine, and Counselor of Murovane Community. I'd like to thank each of you for spreading equality in the political sphere in Ukraine. We're going to have some time. First, we're going to take a look at a quick video, and afterwards, we're going to have the Q&A till 12:10 p.m. We know that everybody had to walk their path, and it all starts with the first step. What was the first step of a woman in politics? What helped her to take this step? And what challenges she came across during elections? Now, a quick video by the Institute for Development of Regional Press, and women are 50% of Ukraine's success, will answer that question. My name is Natalia Koval. I'm candidate, and they're told, a chick who's going to run for mayor? What a nonsense. Well, hello. It's the 21st century. Women have been granted the right to vote 120 years ago. 54% of Ukraine's population are women. All 3 months of our campaign, we kept hearing, Mihailina, you're awesome. I would have voted for you, but you'll never get elected. You're a woman. What if we have a leaking pipe? What are you going to do with that? If not, let's elect a man. He's been handling this stuff for 5 years. Why are you even trying? When you think about the future generations overall, it doesn't concern you personally, but when it's about your child, you start acting differently. As soon as I dared to make a step towards joining a political party, I already was labeled as a bad government that cannot make people's lives happier. When we say, women have equal opportunities, let them join politics. Why do you need all these feminist movements? But the real life of a woman is different. As soon as I had the opportunity, I used some promo leaflets and went around with my child around the district talking to people. I've heard people saying that you're using your child for image promotion. I wasn't ready for that kind of attitude. If I feel that a man is perceived in a council as a more important person than a woman, it seems to me, is not even perceived as a human being that is capable of offering something sophisticated and smart. Even jokingly, they would say, oh, you'll learn it eventually, girl. Come on. Can you quote Article 44 of the law on the status of the local councillor? Women leaders can do anything. And the more women run, the more women and girls get into councils, the more sensitive these councils will be to issues like education, social protection, accessibility. The gender quota brought many women to power. And there's a trend of appointing a woman into a leading position. That's how men have tried to do everything to prevent that. But through legislation, this gave us a chance. A woman's stance to politics.
Дякую. Я переконана, що пані Інні і пані
Thank you. I'm sure that Ms. Inna and Ms. Yarina felt very strongly about this video. Ms. Inna, my first question is to you. What inspired you to take the first step in politics?
Доброго дня, шановні колеги, організатори просто безперечно шикарного заходу, перспективного і дуже потужного. Я хочу сказати, що дивилася цей відеосюжет з великою гордістю і з великими сподіваннями і надіями на перспективу. З Наталкою ми відпрацювали 5 років в Коваль, з якої починався сюжет в обласній раді. І мені було надзвичайно приємно творити оцю жіночу політику на рівні Хмельницької обласної ради разом з такою сильною і потужною. Абсолютно праві. Усі, хто говорив про клеймо, чому ти сунешся, про стереотипні сприйняття і таке інше. Але сьогодні, друзі, потрібно голосно аплодувати величезному сходженню на гору рівної політики, яка називається запровадження квот. Але ми пам'ятаємо, що квоти – це лише перший крок. Зараз треба показати змістово, показати силу жіночої політики. Що жінки не просто, як мені казали, а що тобі нема що робити, а що у вас чоловіка немає. Ні, нам треба показати, що жінка сильна в політиці. Оцю чутливість проявити у політиці. Тому, коли я йшла в політику, я йшла на піку революції, бажання величезних змін. І я хочу сказати, що я сьогодні горда за кожен свій виступ, за кожну запроваджену зміну, яка була в обласній раді, за кожне рішення, за кожне голосування, за кожен вихід в ефір. І знаю, що таких жінок, які в 2015 році долучилися до діяльності політичної, є дуже-дуже багато. Тому моє бажання, перше, це зміни якісні у політиці, і друге, я своєю присутністю в політиці кожного дня, кожної хвилини складаю іспит, який називається «Гендерна рівність в Україні».
Thank you, Inna. Thank you for being so strong and for finding the enthusiasm to counter all that pressure you had to face during the electoral campaign.
Кожного разу, коли я стикалася з тиском на себе, з залякуваннями, з брудними фразами і таке інше, крила мені надавали. Жінки сильні, про які сьогодні говорилося, це Народно-демократичний інститут, це ті громадські активісти, які були зі мною поруч у політиці і на сьогодні є. Тому тільки в єдності наша сила. І тільки разом ми зможемо здолати ті виклики, які на сьогодні ми маємо. Дякую.
Only together we are capable of addressing those challenges we have to face. Due to this work, we have more women in the local councils, but is it time to talk about parity, equality between men and women? Ms. Elena said that it's not the right time to speak of the equality in the parliament by now because it has not been achieved. But what about the local level? Natalia, could you comment on that? Thank you, Ivana, for this question. Good afternoon, dear participants of the discussion. With this, I would agree with Olena Kondratyuk. So we see some progress made, but the equality is not there yet. So there are some small wins, but I am reserved in my optimism. I would like to offer you some figures from the agenda monitoring of the elections, which Ukrainian Women's Fund is conducting together with NDI and USAID support.
Thanks to the quota that's been introduced to these elections, the record high number of women ran for offices in this past elections. If we compare the data in 2015 for the local elections, we had less than 30% running. In 2020, 43% of women were running, and back then 15% of women were elected, and this time it's 28%. So we have this positive dynamics in the local councils and city councils. And thanks to the quotas, there is the positive trend, according to the experts, that in those councils where the number of women was the lowest, we see the great leap. There is the breakthrough. Zhytomyr region came first in this competition. They had very small number of women. Now they have 30. In Odessa region, they had 9.5 and now 26%. And in Ternopil region, they had only 10% of women and now 24%. As far as the city councils are concerned, the city of Zhytomyr here is the leader. They had 19% of women in the city council, and now they have 41% of women in the city council. Uzhhorod from 8 to 24% increase. And according to our monitoring data, the changes that took place in oblast councils, in city councils, and in local councils, where the number of women was rather high, were not that dramatic. But speaking of parity between men and women, we have some stories behind those figures, some personal stories. And I would like to say that there are quite a few stories like that. One in the 4 participants of the active women lead training mentioned that she would run for office, and she won in the elections. So there is this high number of success stories. Yesterday, we held the regional discussion in Kharkiv. We discussed the results of the gender monitoring of the elections. I had an opportunity to discuss that with the participant of our project. Her name is Natalia Petrenko. She is the head of Hromada of community in Luhansk region. She was working for Ukrainian Women's Fund. Then she was the counselor, and then she won in the elections. And it's not just her. She had 12 other women who are deputies in her community. Those figures are very optimistic, and I think that we could have even more women. I would like to say why I am a bit reserved in being optimistic. Despite the fact that we have the growing number of women participation and representation in bigger communities, in the smaller communities, there was the decrease by 12% from 49 to 37%. This pertains to the rural councils, and we have to do something about that. What can we do about that? Well, in our opinion, the urgent action to take is to continue women-led programs, training programs. We also need to improve the party attitude, and we also have to give better access to the resources for women at the local levels. And we should also take a close watch on how those quotas work. We have to prepare for the upcoming elections already now. So our participants of yesterday's meeting in Kharkiv were discussing this as well. And we were discussing the equality and also gender quotas. We should start speaking about that already now. It is very good that we are having this online marathon today. And to conclude, I would like to say that by empowering women, we forget to mention that women are leaders already. So what do we need? We need to change the systems that are preventing women from fulfilling their leadership potential to its full. So I believe that together we could change the systems, and we'll see greater
equality next elections. Thank you, Natalia, for these optimistic figures and for your information. I believe that we do not have the high time to make the decisions, to make the final conclusions right now, but we see some trends. And Irina, do you see any changes in the politics in terms of the governance in the communities when a high number of women joined the local councils? Thank you, Ivana, for this question. And hi, everyone. As Natalia said, I should say that it's too soon to be speaking of some qualitative changes, but we see the positive trend in the communities in Lviv region. For the first time, the Equal Opportunities Caucus was established, and this caucus has not existed before. We have 44% of women who were running in the elections, and 36 of those women passed. So we are not actually abiding by that quota, but that is the success already. And out of those 36% that passed, oblast councils have only 20% of women as their members. And the bigger the community is, the more women are present, the more powers, the more authorities their women are not that present, and the quotas are not observed. So we have a lot of work ahead of us. We also need to work with those women who have won in the elections, because now they are raising their voices and they articulate the needs of the citizens in their communities. But still, we would like to see those politicians raising the issues of high quality. And as it was mentioned, we need to engage men. We need to raise the awareness among men, and they also have to bring this higher on the agenda. We have some good examples. During the previous convocation, there was the first woman to lead the budget commission. And this year, second year in a row, we have a woman who is the leader of the budget committee. So there is this shift in paradigm, and it makes the difference. The first time in the city, the faction was led by a woman, and it's difficult for her because she is working most of the time among men only. And now we see that women should be present at all levels of authorities. We also need to see some positive examples, because if we discuss the level of amalgamated territorial communities and the rayon levels, women are often the leaders in the factions there. So the success stories that we see in the world, like the female leader of the World Trade Organization, starting March 1st, she's from Nigeria. General Motors has been led by a woman. So these enterprises and entities that were outside the impact of women in the past have changed their attitude. And these examples show women that everything is possible and changes are possible with enough will. So we have to provide women with the support. We need to share our expertise, and we need to help women to be able to push even further and to show the others, to lead by example. And we need to show the others that everything is possible. Those women who have joined the parliament, they will stay there for a while. And our mission over here is to prepare all the other women leaders who are ready to support this trend, who are ready to strengthen the opportunities of women at the local level and even nationally. And with this, we have a lot of work ahead.
Thank you so much. I'd like to address one more question to you, Irina, adding to what you have mentioned about engaging men to these complex matters. How do you think? Is it possible to provide for gender equality without women, given that men who are making decisions are well aware of gender equality? Thank you, Ivana. This is a very important question. Clearly, no. Because women's experience, the experience that we gain in the course of our life is very different from the experience that boys and men gain. We still have this gender difference, starting with the age of kindergarten, elementary school. And I hope that the present generation will be different. It works much easier with them compared to the people of older generation that still is afraid of the word gender and does not yet fully understand the importance of gender-sensitive analysis, expertise, and approaches at the local level in policies and programs. But the younger generation is extremely sensitive towards it. They are very ready to perceive this novelty. They see strong women next to them. They see powerful women in politics. And for them, it is much easier. But it is important for us that men also speak up, that men also join equal opportunities groups, that they also voice the things that retired men are faced with because their voices are not heard properly. It is important for different vulnerable groups to be represented at the decision-making level so that retired women, disabled men and women, so we can hear all of their voices and that all of the decisions made at the local level to comply with the needs of different target audiences. Nothing for us without us. Exactly. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I wanted to second what Irina just said. I totally agree. And I also wanted to mention an important role in working with the men and those who are making decisions in civil society organizations, including the feminist movement. Because I do agree that nothing for us without us, or everything that's for us should be with us. And I'm really glad that today previous speakers were also talking about the role of the female feminist movement, about the role of the female civil society organizations. I'd like to encourage all of the politicians as well as civil society organizations to work more on that, because I think that this is something that will provide for our success. Thank you. Thank you so much, Natalia. I personally am confident that only having a mandate is not enough to actively state your position, to work on quality change. But are there some tools and opportunities that can be used by active women without the mandate so that they can join decision-making process? Irina, over to you. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ivana. If I may, before answering your question, I would like to also quickly comment on what was mentioned by previous colleagues, previous speakers. I also have this reserved optimism that Natalia was mentioning, because I was elected in my community where quotas were not applied because we have less than 10,000 people in the community. And I can talk about the efficiency of quotas in a different way, because out of 22 mandates, only 2 were won by women. And this is an extremely low percentage. I'm embarrassed of talking about it out loud, probably even less than during the previous convocations. And the figures that were mentioned by Natalia, that Irina, that Ina were talking about demonstrate that this is one of the tools that is available and we need it. It works. Because I don't think that my community is not ready to vote for women as such. I haven't felt that during my campaign. It rather seems to me that women did not quite understand that they have a place on the list. say if the party didn't invite them because they had to cover this quota, it did not impact the majority vote system. Because in my opinion, there are lots of very energetic women in the community who participate in different social processes, who have all of the necessary expertise and totally could try and run for local politics, but they didn't do that. So I do have this reserved optimism because the paradigm is shifting. Nevertheless, in cases where quotas were not applied, we see that the situation actually has gotten slightly worse. Talking about the question that you have raised, the tools. Politics is actually much broader than simply elections, mandate in the Rada, and I believe that all of those present here with us today understand that. Association of Women Lawyers, EURFEM, are now working with NDI on a research of the activity of women in politics. And I know lots of examples when women, even losing elections without gaining a mandate, do not give up. They keep actively participating in various processes. And I believe that this whole tension of the elections, it goes down 1, 2, 3 months later. And normally, the local government would care for the opinion of active citizens, including women, within different advisory bodies. I believe that there is a very interesting facility of the counselors. I think that they have them full-time in only cities that have more than 1 million inhabitants. But still, even in smaller communities, such people can work as volunteers, help with making decisions, share their expertise. And I believe that this also is a very good tool that I encourage you to take a closer look at. These advisory bodies also comprise different youth councils if we're talking about youth policy, and those politicians, female politicians who are only starting to take first steps in their political career. This kind of advisory bodies can be established anywhere, as well as any other civil society initiatives, registered civil society organizations, their offices, or an initiative that was established by anyone, say a person that is living in the same building with other people, or people who have their kids going to the same school, or people who like one specific topic. So people can unite on the basis of any common interest. So if we have a decent and proper leadership in the community, these people understand that it is necessary to also engage active women to decision making, because then the results will be much better. I hope that the farther we are from the last year's elections, the easier it is to keep in touch with our colleagues who are running with other parties who are our competitors during the elections. And Lviv region, because this is my first experience, I want to learn more about the tools, about the opportunities. And I really like it that thanks to the Center Women's Perspectives, we can contact counselors at different levels from different factions. All of them are ready to help and assist. It seems to me that women feel that it's as if they do not belong. If you have the mandate, you have to prove that you are the best of the best, because you are a part of creating the brand of women in politics. Men don't have that. Well, you got it. You got it. But women are constantly scrutinized. So they feel that pressure, and they are trying to all the time achieve more and more results. On the one hand, it is good for the community, but on the other hand, it is not quite fair. And I think that we have to learn more how to celebrate our victories, to engage more women in politics, to encourage them and to demonstrate that you can fight for your rights, even and especially when you already are a politician. Thank you, Yarina. It is truly that there is a request to gain new knowledge and skills coming from other people. There was a question from Ms. Ostapenko. Are there some training programs for the councillors or MPs? What are your first steps in politics? Now speaking on behalf of NDI, we recently had an online course for MPs and councillors. It was announced on the page of Women Are 50% of Ukraine's Success. You can find more information about upcoming trainings on that page. Also, we are preparing a guideline for councillors. So I encourage everybody to follow the website of Women Are 50% of Ukraine's Success and subscribe to the page of this initiative in social networks on Facebook and Instagram. Natalia, maybe your organization Irina, also has some interesting suggestions for those who are only taking their first steps in politics. Thank you for your question, Ivana. Yes, we do. Together with our long-standing partner, National Democratic Institute, we keep holding the events for the Academy of Women's Leadership, and we will be encouraging the newly elected councillors to join us, to join our academy. So I would like to once more highlight that you can follow our website, our social media. There you will be able to find more announcements about the Women Lead Academy. Yeah. See, there are more colleagues who said that in May, we are gonna have a training for councillors, so please subscribe. I see another question. Oh, we have already answered that. Thank you so much. What skills should a woman develop so that, as Ms. Sundberg said, to get to the table and actively participate in decision-making? Ina, judging from your experience, what women lack, what skills are needed so that you can become a leader?
За мій такий невеликий досвід, я хочу сказати, що спостерігаючи за жінками-депутатками, чого бракувало? Що би я могла рекомендувати? Ну, безперечно, це вміння виступу.
Knowing how
і відстоювання своєї позиції.
Make a statement
в тих випадках, яких я опинялася і колеги-депутатки, я бачила, що
in some cases,
жінки надто емоційні.
I saw that sometimes women are way too emotional during public speaking. You need to hold back, make a pause, but at the same time convey your message and the skill of participating in dialogue, public speaking. Self-control is something that we lack oftentimes. The stereotype that exists in the society unfortunately leads to you entering the room, sitting among the councillors, and having a fear. Men are more confident to make a statement, to say something. And when we say that, let us speak up as well, some women say, no, I'm not gonna be speaking publicly. So you have to work on self-presentation and overcome stereotypes regarding women And regarding how you're being perceived from outside, I think that this is what matters the most. And one more thing. Some things can be forgiven to men, and it's not the case with women. So we do not have the right to show that we are not aware of something. Our task is to prepare as good as possible before every speech, every statement. Even the situations when you or me are not actually engaged in something, we still have to prepare. I was the head of a very complicated commission for 5 years. We're dealing with education, culture, science, youth, sports, and religion. Lots of things. And when the buses would come, block the meetings of the commission, I was fighting with my own self, trying to find an answer on how to deal with that. When I was fighting back because I was the only female head of the commission, the whole Oblast Council was following me. Members of my commission were following me, and every time I was proud that I have managed to resolve it, that I managed to engage people in dialogue, that I wasn't being reactionary, but rather managed to turn it into a proper, decent conversation. When you become a counselor, you do not have time to prepare. So, when running, when planning for public activities, we have to participate in programs, courses, trainings, which allow a woman to make sure that she is ready for public speaking, because we are joining politics to work, not to simply be on the list, not to be a quota. That is why woman equals power. Woman equals responsibility. Woman equals emotions. And our task is, and I once more would like to thank all those for organizing various programs dedicated to women, is to help them to be empowered, efficient, and to prove that we are in politics not simply to be a quota, but rather to implement change. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Inna, and I'm very happy that we have Katerina Levchenko joining us finally. Good afternoon. I'm sorry for being late. Well, we know that sometimes we have to attend few meetings at the same time, so I'm very happy that you are finally here with us, and I would be very grateful if you take the floor right now and answer the question, what skills should women develop in order to be active in the decision-making process? Well, I've been thinking about my answer to this question, and, I've been thinking about that in my work as well, because I am a decision maker myself. So what helps to be in the process of decision making? Well, of course, proficiency. Undoubtedly, you have to be proficient. But women in Ukraine in politics, they are proficient. They have the proper background, proper education. And we also need to be confident in our cause, because quite often we are dissuaded. They would tell us that the things you are doing in politics are not of importance. There are more important things, there are things of higher significance. And in our work, we quite often face the situations when we were told that this is not the right time. This is not an urgent issue. But we should bear in mind that the issues that we raise are actually of equal importance, and quite often they are even of higher importance than the other issues that are high on the agenda. Due to the fact that the women only begin their path in politics and mostly are focused on social, humanitarian, and defense issues. And these are very crucial issues at the moment for Ukraine. Thirdly, we need to build our own resilience. We need to be able to withstand those blows that are inflicted on us. And we have to bear in mind that this is not the end of the world. We need to move on. We see our goal clearly, and this is where we are headed. It seems to me that this kind of resilience, emotional resilience, is the weakest link for us. This is our soft spot, as quite often we are told that we are too emotional. But even when you are not emotional at all, they would say that you are being too emotional. Unfortunately, we have quite a few examples of these statements being made, and we know from other spheres as well, like arts and culture, and we know that this kind of calmness and resilience are very important traits for those who should be in the decision making process. And we should also not be shy of the cases when we fail, because we will win eventually. We should celebrate all our victories together with our colleagues, and every failure we should treat as something that we could learn the lessons from. We should just select some takeaways, and we should not be ashamed of these cases of failures. It seems to me that if we are that resilient in terms of our attitudes, we will have more women in decision-making process, we'll have more women in politics, and we'll be able to make well-balanced decisions and have real impact. Thank you very much, Katerina. I fully agree with the statement that when a woman is active in politics, she is always scrutinized as if under the magnifying glass, and the stereotypes are been proven by means of this scrutiny. And I agree that emotional intellect is something, emotional intelligence, this is something we should work on in order to combat those stereotypes that still persist. We have a question from Ludmila Prochnia-Ganovska from the National Women's Council. The question is as follows. Will civil society organizations be engaged in women leadership in the rural areas? In rural areas, we feel the need of this kind of engagement. Thank you. I would like to add to what's been mentioned by Ms. Inna and Ms. Katerina. When a journalist asked me a question about women being emotional, I recalled the fact that I do not remember any fist fight initiated by a woman in the Verkhovna Rada, but I could recall quite a few initiated by men. So we simply need to learn how to give our counter arguments to the examples given by men, and also these examples of poor proficiency. Yes, we have to prove that we know our business, we know our deal, we know our work. Yes, we have to do that. And also, we should bring attention to the fact that there are quite a few men who are not proficient, who lack competency in the different levels of authorities, so that not only our proficiency is doubted. With regard to the rural areas and the women leadership in the rural areas, I would like now to address those women who are representing the amalgamated territorial communities and who are the councillors in those communities. You should talk to the local organizations, to your Ryan organizations. And unfortunately, my organization doesn't have financial resources to be very active in small towns and villages and amalgamated territorial communities. But when we get requests, we do not deny them. We inspire women on their leadership roles and also on their willingness to be the part of decision-making process. And also, we are helpful in terms of gender-sensitive governance issues. And I know that the Ukrainian Women's Fund, as Natalia mentioned, have a certain number of initiatives together with DOBRE program. These are the women-led programs for amalgamated territorial communities. Of course, they cannot cover all the amalgamated territorial communities, but get in touch with the organizations that are active in your rayons. There are quite a few civil society organizations that are ready to share their knowledge, and we are also open to communication. We'll be happy to arrange an event if you request the one or if you request a training. And if we are not able to meet your need, we are always ready to offer you the expert support to fill in this gap in knowledge. So if you want to find the information, you will find it nowadays. Ivan, I would like to add, if I may. Ludmila, thank you very much for this question. And you know, it is quite an important one, given this work that Ukrainian Women's Council is carrying out, especially in small villages. I wish that we had more civil society organizations dedicating their efforts to small villages and elderly women. But I think that it's not a question about the civil society organizations as such and their engagement for women leadership skills in the rural areas. It seems to me that we have to encourage this kind of activism in the rural areas, and we should help women in rural areas in starting their own organizations and associations. That would be the focal points and starting points for them to be able to join the decision-making process. Given the fact that we have the donor organizations present, I would like to draw their attention to the need of support for women to establish their own organizations and to be active in their societies and their communities. Unfortunately, in small villages, we cannot always arrange a webinar or online event due to the lack of computers and proper internet connection. The government is already on it. At the moment, the national plan on the BRIOLAS space is established, it is drafted, and there are some efforts and some measures that are included into that plan that would provide for the internet connection to be provided to the schools and also rural healthcare posts and other facilities in small villages. Of course, we cannot have that happen overnight, but there is some progress to expect. And hopefully that would make women able to unleash their potential in the rural areas as well. And I hope that the government would pay more attention to that. Thank you, Katerina. You know, each of us should remember that this is the long game. This is a marathon, and the changes cannot happen overnight. We will not wake up to a different country tomorrow. It's step-by-step approach. Natalia, do you have any initiatives to mention from your organization? Well, yes, sure. Thank you. I would like to add to what Ms. Katrina was mentioning, and I would like to say that nothing about us without us. Ukrainian Women's Fund believes that the grassroots activism is important. That's why we have a lot of grant programs together with our partners, NDI, UN Women Dobre program, and other partners. We are also planning a call for proposals for the small organizations that have been newly established. We are looking for their applications. I hope you can hear me now. Sometimes we are experiencing some technical issues, but we are managing. So hopefully you heard about those opportunities that will be provided by our organization. And just a quick comment on the skills that women need if they wanted to be in the authorities. From my experience and from experience of my colleagues, I should say that women in civil society sector should be able to join forces with other women. We have to be able to find common grounds. We have to agree on issues and we have to be louder. We have to speak our truth in our unions and associations. Together with NDI and together with colleagues present over here, we've been in close cooperation with the MPs who have been newly elected in terms of the caucuses been established in the parliament. And it seems to me that it is very important effort. And as Ivana mentioned, this is the long game. We cannot change the situation just instantaneously, but we could use some effort.
Thank you so much. Irina, over to you now. If I may, I would like to also say a couple of words before we wind up. We haven't yet mentioned the other side of politics. We're talking about women, what skills they should possess, but quite often these women understand that it's not their ideas that are criticized, but rather them. There's sexism, there's discrimination, and other unpleasant things, in my opinion. I just wanted to say that even despite the fact that we see some shift of the paradigm and understanding that women naturally can be a politician, all of the negative things are still there. And during the 2020 election campaign, I was a part of the project Elections Without Sexism that was implemented also together with NDI. As a result of this project, there were even some court hearings that had to do with sexism. I think Ms. Nizhnik will also have the court hearing dedicated to that matter, and I hope that these court precedent and court rulings that are sexism related will become available in Ukraine. This is also one of the ways of demonstrating to women. If you go to politics and somebody says that if you don't have children, you cannot do a thing, there are mechanisms, there are ways, there are colleagues, civil society organizations who will support you, who will help you explain that that's not okay, that you shouldn't say things like that, that it is not acceptable. And I hope that this also will help us increase the number of women who are ready to run at the next elections, including presidential ones. Thank you so much, Irina. Regarding this question in the chat box, I also would like to add that sometimes we don't have to sit and wait till special conditions are there. We now have a much better access to women leaders using internet, social media. We can contact them directly, and I encourage you to look for mentors. Ask them for help. I'm confident that these women leaders who will definitely help you, who will assist you, because sometimes we do not simply only need some kind of advice. We sometimes just require simple support, some words that will keep you going. I'd like to thank each and every of you for joining our panel discussion. I'd like to thank National Democratic Institute, each and every of you, all of the partners, for shaping the world that will be a wonderful place for my 3-year-old son to grow up in. Thank you so much. I wish us all to be inspired and let us work for the sake of finally gaining equality. Thank you so much. I'd like to thank our moderator and speakers of 2020 elections. Are there more women in decision-making? Participants, now we are having a 10-minute break till 12:30 p.m. After the break, we'll have 2 more discussion panels. Gender-oriented government, better local communities for all, and female politicians and media. I'd like to remind you that you can support Online Media Marathon by using one of the Facebook frames. I'm joining Media Marathon or Equality in Politics. To do that, you have to click the link, which you can now see in the chat box or in the caption under our live stream. For those who are staying with us during the break, we'd like to demonstrate you an inspirational video about the importance of women's leadership and women's participation in politics.
Саша та Саша народилися рівними. Вони зростали разом, навчалися та отримали однаковий диплом. Вони обоє активні громадяни. Але чи однаково до них ставились? Пані, ви не зрозуміли. Мені потрібна технічна допомога.
Це ви не зрозуміли. Я і є допомога.
Досить стереотипів. Немає жіночих чи чоловічих професій.
Рівноправна участь жінок та чоловіків у політиці лежить в основі добробуту суспільства. Розуміючи це, 66% українців та українок прагнуть більш рівномірного представництва жінок і чоловіків у політичному житті.
Участь жінок, вона важлива в політиці насамперед у зв'язку з тим, що жінки приносять новий соціальний досвід. Він може бути відмінний від того панівного дискурсу, який на сьогодні є. Загалом, жінки представляють значну частину населення країни. Окрім того, важлива участь жінок з точки зору справедливого розподілу ресурсів, також і задля створення рольових моделей для наслідування.
And in Canada, in 2018, there was research done by the University of Toronto and the University of Western Ontario that studied 10 provinces. And it found that more women in politics means greater spending on medical care, on preventive health care, and on other social services, and on post-secondary education. So we no longer need to just believe. There isn't no leap of faith here. There is solid knowledge that where women are engaged, the policy outcomes are better.
Гендерна квота, прийнята напередодні місцевих виборів 2020 року, створила вікно можливостей для жінок потрапити в органи влади та покращувати життя своїх громад, особливо під час глобальної пандемії. Але навіть після виборів жінкам треба відстоювати своє право отримати та зберегти за собою представницький мандат, не піддаючись на можливий тиск зовні. В цьому обов'язково допоможе підтримка з боку інших жінок, колег, рідних та громади.
Завдання перше – це після дня голосування всім жінкам, які отримають право на представницький мандат, не написати заяву про відмову від балотування.
I would encourage women to lean on their campaign supporters, their family, their friends, whoever their people are, to say, you know, this is happening to me, it's really upsetting, and to have that support so that they know that that they are strong, that they are qualified.
Є як мінімум кілька форм і форматів, яким чином можна надати цю підтримку. Тому з одного боку важливо, як просити про цю допомогу, не боятися цього, тому що це не соромно. З іншого боку, ви бачите, що є люди, які готові вас підтримувати.
На цьому складному шляху жінкам обов'язково потрібна підтримка та розуміння з боку чоловіків, які можуть виступати важливими союзниками. З 2016 року Національний демократичний інститут проводить медійні марафони «Рівність у політиці», щоб дати можливість політичним лідерам та лідеркам, представникам національної та місцевої влади, активістам, гендерним експертам та представникам міжнародних організацій подумати про те, як ми можемо підтримати жінок, готових творити зміни на краще у власних громадах. НДІ також розробляє посібники та навчальні курси з навичок проведення виборчих кампаній та регулярно проводить тренінги, які допомагають підготуватися до роботи в органах державної влади. Основне для жінок – це не здаватися і завжди вірити в себе, продовжувати йти до своїх цілей і надихати інших жінок на майбутні політичні звершення.
Women are and will continue to be a critical part of the political process. Your leadership is recognized and valued. This includes the role you play in advancing Ukraine's comprehensive democratic and economic reform agenda.
There's a phrase, you can't be what you can't see. And so once our young girls and young women start seeing more women in public office and in leadership roles, they can envision themselves, and that will give them the confidence to become our country's next leaders.
Пам'ятай, що ти у політиці не одна.
Саша та Саша народилися рівними. Вони зростали разом, навчалися та отримали однаковий диплом. Вони обоє активні громадяни. Але чи однаково до них ставились?
Мамо, пограй з нами у парламентську більшість.
Хіба це гра для дівчинки?
Політика не гра для дівчаток.
Так, це справа життя для жінок.
Політика – це жіноча справа.
Я йду в депутати.
Я сподіваюся, що в тебе все вийде.
Ти молодець.
Але цього недостатньо, поки ми не почнемо.
Я хочу подякувати своїм друзям та громаді за те, що допомогли мені реалізувати цю ініціативу. Дякую вам.
Ти йдеш у політику не одна. Підтримайте жінок, що йдуть у політику. Не одна .org.ua.
Коли ми починали в 2014 році разом з Українським жіночим фондом Академію жіночого лідерства, ми думали якраз над тим, як запропонувати жінкам платформу, яка дозволить їм реалізувати свій потенціал, свої ідеї щодо того, як допомагати своїй громаді, можливо, своїй сім'ї, будувати свою власну кар'єру, знаходячись в середовищі інших жінок, які потребують сестринської підтримки.
жінкам-лідеркам треба працювати, щоб розширювати наше коло, щоб чути інших, можливо, тих, у кого ще не дуже голосний голос, але їх голос дуже важливий.
Академію жіночого лідерства я закінчила в лютому місяці, а 31 березня у нас разом з виборами нашого президента були довибори в нашу громаду. І оце закінчення цієї академії мене надихнуло, що я пішла і балотувалася депутатом нашої селищної ради. І всі ті поради, всі ті заняття, все мені пригодилося. Я пішла до людей.
Шановні пані та панове, ми продовжуємо.
Ladies and gentlemen, we move on with our online media marathon, Equality in Politics. I would like to give the floor to moderate the third panel discussion, Gender Responsive Governance, Better Communities for All, to Tatiana Ivanina, NDI, National Consultant on Gender Responsive Budgeting, to moderate this session. Over to you. Thank you so much, Maxime. Welcome, colleagues. I hope you can hear me. I see the participants of our panel discussion, and let us kick off. Our session is dedicated to quite a new topic, which is gender responsive governance. We have been talking a lot about gender responsive budgeting, but another popular trend is gender responsive governance. Here we're talking about the model of public governance, the centerpiece of which is gender sensitive decisions. We're talking about shaping policies, budgets that takes into account the needs and interests of men and women living in the community. And it can not only happen at the level of the community, but also at the national level. And it has to happen in close cooperation with the civil society, all of the stakeholders. And as we're talking about people, we have to also mention that it includes both men and women. They have already mentioned local policies that are based on gender equality have already proved to be effective in lots of countries. And this approach was also effective in Ukraine. It is clear that to do that at the legislative level, we have to have certain regulations, norms, decisions, and laws. And this is what we will talk about today with our extremely experienced colleagues and friends who are turning that to life in their everyday work, doing everything for the gender responsive governments to become the practice that is applied nationwide. So let us welcome Dmytro Makisha, MP Equal Opportunities Caucus. I can see you with us. Next, Marina Honda is the deputy head of the Kyiv City State Administration for the exercise of self-governing powers. Welcome, Marina. Also, Tatiana Bobrichenko is with us. Tatiana Bobrichenko, the Council of the Voznesensk City Council, and Valentina Poltovets, the Executive Director of the Association of Amalgamated Territorial Communities. Welcome. And we will be talking about political will and legislation. Dmytro, first question is to you. Recently, there was the analysis of countries that are integrated gender responsive governance. And according to this research, there are 80 of them. They are working on gender responsive budget. And I know that your colleagues are doing a lot for this practice to become a part of our legislation. So could you please tell us more about it? Where are we as of today? Good afternoon. Can you hear me well? Wonderful. I'm glad to see you all. For me, gender responsive budgeting. You know, I have a list of things that I work on, and my assistant every morning is reminding me what I have to work on, except for the pressing things. And this is one of the bullet points on the list. So as soon as I wake up, this GRB abbreviation is something that I'm working on. So how did it all start? When I was the deputy mayor, we were also trying to raise the resources from outside of the budget, and I was working on gender policy in the territory of the community. And by the way, Tatiana is also here with us. She's going to present that all. She's going to tell more about what the community implemented and what was implemented in Rafa community. We were thinking about how effective is this tool, how can it help us to build the capacity of our community? And having realized how much it matters, we understood that we have to use this kind of a powerful tool. And we definitely have to pay as much attention to it as possible. I'm still a practitioner. That is why I started wondering, how does this mechanism work? How can it help our community? And what will be the outcomes? What will the community gain from it? When we tried it, first we looked at it, then we started engaging various stakeholders in the territory of the community and realized how efficient it is. Having implemented it, 1 year later, seeing the results that it yielded, you know, I made a rule for myself. Every time I'm asked about what GRB is, I say that this is fair and efficient tool aimed at allocation of money from the budget. This was the first conclusion after 1 year of working with GRB. So when I became the MP, I realized that I also want to help other communities, to local government in the first place, to implement this efficient mechanism all across the country. As I always try everything to be systemized, put in order, done step by step, we gathered together all of the stakeholders that are working with GRB. Tatiana was also there. She also participated in these meetings. We have analyzed and have heard more about what is happening with GRB component in Ukraine, what is done in the world, how GRB was implemented at a certain level, national, regional, local level, the level of communities, the basic one. And afterwards, we realized what we will be doing next. Of course, as an MP, as a representative of the legislative branch of power, I see one of my main tasks is working on legislation. First, we analyzed what needs to be done. It is necessary to introduce the notion of gender-responsive budgeting in Ukraine's legislation, because even if it's there, it only is mentioned in some of the regulations at the national level or at the regional and local level. GRB is a tool used for budget. And we have outlined two important factors. First, we need to make some amendments to the budget code of Ukraine. And second one is the law of Ukrainian local governments. We have already developed this kind of changes and amendments. It was done by the GRB project. We worked together with experts from NDI, National Democratic Institute. experts from UN Women, you lead lots of various stakeholders who participated in developing it. And the package of initiatives that we have suggested was presented in the ministries so that it can be registered as a bill. In a parallel, while working on it, you are aware that in 2020, there was a reform of territorial breakdown in the country. For this reform to be efficiently implemented, it was necessary to provide minimum legislation, the list of certain bills, so that this reform could be concluded. One of the bills also was the bill 3614 about sending the money from the districts level to Hromodas level. And this bill, 3614, was adopted, was passed by the majority in the parliament. And this bill already included partially the changes and amendments that we wanted to make to the budget code. Unfortunately, not all of them were adopted. And the changes that already are there, unfortunately, do not allow us to implement GRB in the budget process 100%. And therefore, several days ago, we once more analyzed it, all the whole process, and now we are working on improving the change that will be registered separately, submitted as change and amendments to the budget code. Another important bill is changes to the law of Ukraine on local governance. We understand that this bill is like a constitution, if you want, for the local government. So everything that it covers has to do with the local government directly, except for the gender-responsive budgeting notion. Oh, by the way, sorry. I also wanted to mention that now we are discussing the new version of the law on local governance. And this is where we are suggesting to make these amendments about gender-responsive budgeting. Except for the notion as such, we have also added the responsibilities of the authorized person working on gender. And this is done at the level of communities. This would be the deputy head. And if we're talking about the oblast level, this is the deputy of the oblast head. We also are implementing the mechanism of gender analysis and anti-discrimination expertise. And also the gender-responsive process of working on the budget. That's the way it's going to be framed. Presently, the bill on local governance, after lengthy, in-depth discussions, it was really overarching. The discussion was held by the experts, and after it was presented to a broader public, having taken into account various comments, etc., it all was collected once more, submitted to the ministry that deals with the development of communities. They will also refine it, and afterwards, we hope that it will be registered. Well, we'll see whether it will be submitted by the government or maybe it's going to be submitted on behalf of the MPs. In any case, as soon as it is registered, it will come to our committee And we hope that it will pass the discussions and I will oversee whether it covers everything that has to do with gender policies in general, especially gender responsive budgeting. Yeah. There are lots of obstacles, to be honest, and even some resistance. But despite it all, I am very optimistic about GRB in legislation. You see, this tool is very timely now. And many people understand that. Many stakeholders understand that. People in the parliament understand that. Lots of MPs in the Rada understand and support these initiatives. Various experts from the government also understand that, and I'd like to express the gratitude to our international partners with it all. Thank you for your support, for lobbying it. I'd like to thank all those who are also interested in that at the country level, who are helping this tool to be implemented properly so that it is applied nationwide. And I'm confident that despite all of the obstacles and barriers, we will be able to implement it in the legislation, and it will become a mandatory tool. Look, there is a paradox. A mandatory tool that will help specifically communities and every locality in our country. So yeah, the thing is that not everybody understands how efficient and how effective this mechanism, this algorithm is, how much that will contribute to their development. And we are doing everything to help them understand that. And that is why, once more, I am very optimistic about this process. Ready to work. And this is what we're actually doing now. I'm confident that in the nearest future, we will succeed. And gender-responsive budget will be embedded in Ukraine's legislation.
Thank you very much, Dmitro. I would like to mention that the bill you've mentioned gives us the grounds to be hopeful, not just about gender-responsive budgeting, but it also has the broader philosophy behind it, gender-responsive governance. And you mentioned a few tools in it. I read that law, and I think that this is the new philosophy, new approach to the governance. Being in governance myself, I know that there are some advantages in this approach. Could you give us some specific examples? Because they speak louder than just the words I've mentioned. Well, you mean from my experience? Well, I think that Tatiana Dudchenko, I believe, could tell you more about our success stories. Since we had some cases of interaction with the community from the US, and she will tell us more about it. Well, from my personal experience, let me tell you the following. I don't like wasting time. Nobody does. But, for me, this is some personal resistance. I am wasting time averse. So being a practitioner and the person who enjoys a systematic approach, I am always in search for the most efficient tool or algorithm to get from A to B, with B being our destination, being our goal. So gender responsive budgeting, when I looked into detail in this tool, I have realized that getting from A to B, this is the shortcut for me. And Miss Tatiana will prove you that within the 7 minutes she will have for her presentation. Thank you, Dmitro. Well, I hope that our country will reach from A to B very quickly, and I would like to thank you for all your legislative work, and I would like to thank your colleagues for taking care of gender responsive budgeting and gender responsive governance. I know that you are pressed for time, but if we have any questions, do you have some more time to be with us? Oh, yes, yes. Go ahead with the questions. Okay, looking forward to questions to our panelists. And now I would like to give the floor to Marina Honda. She will tell us about the experience of the city of Kiev. This is the city with over 1 million of population. This is quite difficult audience for gender responsive budgeting. You need to have the proper capacity. You need to have the human resources. What are your tricks of the trade? Could you share those with us? Good afternoon. Well, I cannot get used to these online meetings. And I'm sorry that we cannot meet in person and we are doing this in Zoom format. For over a year, we've been cooperating with NDI despite the lockdown, and I'm very grateful for that. We've been holding quite a few meetings like that. Let me share the issues of Kiev. In Kiev, we have about 1 million people who are residing in Kiev, but they are not officially registered. So, officially, this is about 3 million, and 1 million is not registered. That is about 10% of Ukrainian total population, and it means that it gives us the additional burden on the decision-making process. I would like to thank NDI for helping the city of Kiev because I know that that was quite a challenge for the experts, and this is the challenge for us as well. You know that Kiev voted for the Equality Charter, and we have prepared the plan for the implementation of the European Charter for Equal Rights. And we believe that the administration in Kiev is different from the local levels because our structure is more complicated. The decision making process is more difficult. That is why it was hard for us to find internal resources and capacities. But we started from the unit of gender equality being established even before the respective regulation by the Ministry of Social Policy was passed. And we had experts already working in this unit. Those were the experts who have been working in civil society organizations. They have started their efforts on the gender passports. This is not just the gender passport. There was the disaggregation by the sectors, by age as well, and all of that was then extrapolated on the budget of the city of Kiev. We have 18 target programs in the city, and they are drafted by our respective departments, and they are subject to the gender expert review. So, two people who were trained understand how to do that, but we have the respective departments, the line departments, who are working on these programs, and they are not aware of the gender responsive budgeting principles. So when we were doing this, coming out with the experts, those who work in the line department said that yes, we would like to do that, but we lack the knowledge. So politicians know how important it is, and thank you, Dmitry, for mentioning the importance of GRB. But the thing is that those who are implementing the policies at the local level are not fully aware of how it should be done. For instance, we are preparing the program on countering domestic violence using a multidisciplinary approach, and we've been working we've had the crisis support rooms for women and children, and over a year we saw that this work is of paramount importance, and we have two categories that are often there: women aged 65 plus, and also children who take alcohol. These are the two vulnerable categories. And this is the example of what should be taken into consideration when some programs and policies are drafted. This is something in the back of our minds, but to make the decision, the conscious decision that this is about gender responsive governance, well, and there is no clear vision of that at the moment. So for the city of Kiev, the question of communication is still without the proper answer. We are looking into the topic and it seems to be clear to everyone, but in fact, that is not the case. This is a difficult issue, and the counselors are not ready to take into consideration gender aspects. Gender mainstreaming is not their cup of tea. We know that the other countries, the European countries, had a long way, and we are now negotiating about adopting all the clauses in the European Charter for Equal Rights. And we are at the initial stage with this. So, getting back to the programs that have been implemented at the moment in our city, let me be frank. Our Department on Gender Equality does not mention the fact that you do not have this gender component mentioned according as it is required by the European Charter of Equal Rights. These programs remained as they were. But it feels like we are just ticking the box. This is more formal approach. The Verkhovna Rada, the Cabinet of Ministers, and central authorities at least have some understanding of what we are talking about. The line departments and the heads of those departments do not have the clear picture about it. So in Kiev, the process is not that easy to implement, but we are still working. And I hope that if the Verkhovna Rada passes the amendments to the local governance law, we'll have the totally different attitude to it. As of now, many people think that this is more of a guideline, more of a practice that is imposed on us. This is some kind of recommendation, or this is something that European countries abide by, but we live here according to our customs and traditions. Well, yes, it is somewhere there in the papers, but we do not have to abide by it. That's why the amendments to the local governance law should be introduced. One more thing to mention about the local governance, and I'm talking about the city of Kiev right now. This is the difficult city in terms of the decision-making process. So the quotas, they were of a positive impact. We had the increase in the number of women in our administration. Nonetheless, the share of women who actually see gender policy as something that is there to empower them is very low. So we are not talking about some specific rights to be granted. We are talking about the efficiency. And when I give the simple example, if you have a woman in a wheelchair and there are 20,000 of women in wheelchairs in Ukraine, and there should be respectively the number of gynecological facilities for these women, and the number is not sufficient in the city of Kiev. So when we start explaining what gender responsive budgeting is about, we see the change happen. But to be frank, I'm alone, and my department has to be in charge of 3 million citizens of Kiev. So if NDI continues its work with us, and we've been having this well-established system of cooperation, I hope that we will be able to keep on communicating within the administration between the departments. And that is of high importance, because if those implementers do not understand how to do that, I'm not sure we can see any progress made. Well, Marina, we have few questions to you, because we were impressed by the fact that you care deeply about this issue. And yes, you mentioned that the space should be for everyone, it should be inclusive, and it should be gender responsive. But if we create this kind of space, people would be supportive of that. But in order to make that happen, communication is crucial. So you mentioned some resistance, and we have a few questions with regard to that. Do you have any specific cases to mention? I mean, there were some cases of resistance on gender responsive budgeting implementation.
Talking about the budgeting, there is a notion of gender, and quite often it is perceived in the same way as feminism, LGBT rights. The things that surprise me quite often, and when you start explaining the details, normally the person starts changing their opinion. So for a basic example, when I was explaining to people some things that have to do with parks, because in the UK, a lady was killed in the park because there was not enough light. Women took it to the streets because she was killed because there was no light. It's not only about not having lights in the park, it's rather about opportunities. And when I was asking him, would you allow to your daughter or your mother to go to that park where there are no lights at night? And he said, no. So let's do that. Let's have the lights there. You have to explain it using basic examples and saying that it's not about you being a woman and having some additional powers. No, it is about me being able going for a walk in Holosivo Park so that I don't have to worry that something might happen with me. This is what I'm talking about. I'd also like to say that it also is about the decisions that you're making so that the person can go outside and not be worried about their safety. There's one more question that you have already actually partially answered. A question about forecasts. How can you deal with this resistance? How can you deal with gender responsive approach? How do you think what's going to happen? Is there more and more decisiveness among officials? And I'd like to also add something. Could you please make another example? Because we're limited in time, and of course we can talk about it for hours. Then I'm going to reply quite quickly because I know that we're limited in time. Now, when developing and devising every program, we have large budgets, large programs. We are trying to analyze these aspects. The first thing is that we cannot solve all problems at once. So we are trying to focus on those things that we can solve at the moment. So we're dealing with social policies. Here we're working with the most vulnerable groups. We have a Turbota Care program that has sufficient support in Kiev. And we will be doing that for 3 years based on the needs of people, based on whether this is a man or a woman. Why, for example, we have more girls with disabilities in one district compared to the other one. So this is how we're going to approach it. We have chosen several areas, and I am confident As soon as we see the results, our finance department will definitely start implementing it all, because results and experience are the best tools. We came with the conclusion that you do not have to convince people additionally. You have to do things and lead by example. Thank you so much, Marina. Maybe there will be a couple of more questions. So if it is possible, could you please stay with us? And is Metro still with us? There is also a question to you. First of all, a huge gratitude for working on legislation, not a gratitude from me only, but also from our viewers today. And specifically, thank you for the law on local governance. But according to the Constitution of Ukraine, there should be the resources allocated to implementing new authorities. Will there be made some changes to the funding for local governance? Are you talking about the new authorities, new powers? Yeah, that's what I understood from the question about these new responsibilities and funding thereof. We all are aware that the decentralization reform is based on 3 pillars: finance, responsibilities, and powers. The majority of the powers and authorities have already been passed on to the local level. And this can be found in the bill on local government. We want to clearly divide different sets of responsibilities. Talking about the responsibility as such, the bill 4298 has to do with the so-called newly divided regions, and we're still discussing it all. We're working on a more substantial document that has to do with tax in the communities, such as excise, the rent on using the bowels. And we are confident that after we submit it, and I hope that it will be passed, it will clearly contribute to the finances of the local communities, because we understand that some of the tax contribute to more than 35% of the budget in the local communities. For example, such as the personal income tax, and lots of different initiatives that were developed by my colleagues have already been registered. So we'll see what will be passed in the end. We understand that the Verkhovna Rada is the living organism, which has lots of MPs. Each of them has their own opinion. Each of the MPs is representing either their constituency or Ukraine in general. Everybody has their opinion, their perspective. So we'll see which of the bills will be passed. It all depends on each of 424 MPs and whether we're going to get 226 votes. Well, let's hope. And as Marina said, there was a very good example with London. So be prepared. If needed, we're going to take it to the streets. Today, Dmitry has already several times mentioned Marafa. And Marina said that Kyiv has now implemented 13 programs. I know that Marafa try to do even more. Tatiana, over to you. Tatiana Dachenko, the secretary of Marafa City Council. Tatiana, could you please, in a nutshell, tell you about your success, your achievements, everything that has to do with gender-responsive governance? Good afternoon. It is an honor to participate in this type of a marathon. I am from Rafa Amalgamated Community, from Marafa City Council. Our community became a part of DOBRE program. One of the components of this program was helping us to implement certain things, and the NDI experts became the providers of the institutional change that were implemented in our community. We started with small steps. The mayor decided to establish a gender budgetary group which was led by Dmytro. The group first carried out the analysis of the community and came to a conclusion that the money is not being allocated properly for work of libraries and librarians. That is why we studied the needs of people living in the community, and the first program was adopted. The program that also covered gender component. The program aimed at reforming the work of libraries. Presently, the libraries are serving more than one purposes. They, except for being a place where you can come and get a book, also serve as the spaces for public gatherings. It also incentivized us to look for new financial sources. Also, library nanny was also implemented thanks to the Women-led Academy. Also, the center was created thanks to the participatory budget. The youth center was implemented thanks to the oblast level project being implemented. It all works, it all operates, it all is an extremely positive change for our community. Thank you, Tatiana, especially for being so brief and so concise. So talking about gender governance, it focuses on also having a set of certain papers and documents. We know that you have developed a number of various papers that can become an example for other communities. Could you please tell more about that? Yes, sure. Looking back at the positive change, our team realized that gender component should be included into the overall life of a community. Having analyzed gender equality in the community, by the way, that tool was also developed by the NDI. Having analyzed available documents, needs, and resources, we have approved the action plan aimed at achieving equal opportunities for men and women in Murafa, City Council, and its executive bodies. While implemented that plan, we have developed a new charter for the community, which does not only cover local type of gender responsive approaches, but also using gender responsive approaches in developing and shaping the budget, gender responsive approach in legal processes. So at the level of our main documents, I would even call it the constitution of the community, we have already declared the gender responsive principles of government in the community. Together with NDI experts, we are also developing a number of other documents which will allow us to integrate the gender component. Here we're talking about the budget regulations. It actually will be amended for the third time. After the charter approval, we have realized that it didn't comply with everything that has to do with budget responsive budget. And by the way, we have already also mentioned that we're implementing gender approach within the budget process. About 20 passports of budget programs have been approved, and we included gender responsive approach in them. Also, we are planning to develop the order for target programs and reports on their implementation, which allows us to make standard type of documents and integrate gender approach. Also, we're planning to develop the program for social and economic development of the community, taking into account gender gaps in various areas. Also, I would like to say to the colleagues that please do not simply duplicate our experience. It is not good enough to simply take a ready document. Having changed the name of the community will not do your good. Every document needs to mature. You have to include the analytical data collected in your specific community. Only then this document will help you and be effective. Except for the charter approved, our community has also made the following steps towards gender equality. Same as everybody, we have approved the coordinator for equal opportunities for men and women. The Code of Corporate Culture in Marafa City Council, we're talking about equal opportunities for men and women on any position, equal participation of men and women in all the processes that are happening in the community. Also, I'd like to say that 13 men and women were elected to our local council, completely equal. And 3 out of 4 commissions are led by women. Also, we have gender quotas for the commission's leadership. The head and deputy head should not be people of the same gender. By the way, today Olena Kondratyuk was already talking about introducing the same practice in the Verkhovna Rada. Well, in our case, we have already done that. And it makes me extremely glad. Thank you for that. I especially would like to express the gratitude to National Democratic Institute for incentivizing us to do that. Because taking these baby steps, we're getting closer and closer to gender equality in our community. Thank you so much, Tatiana. Well, you were talking about, I have recalled our first meeting, how much skepticism there was. And now I'm so impressed by your results. I'm so grateful to your results, achievements. It truly does inspire. Please stay with us. And now I'd like to give the floor to Tatiana Babrichenko from Voznesensk City Council. She represents the community that started working with us approximately at the same time as Marafa. So, Tatiana, could you please share your experience, your achievements, and your success stories?
Greetings, everyone. Well, of course, I'd be happy to tell you more about our accomplishments. And I would like to say that speaking of the success of our community, we should start with the fact that starting from 2018, we have been ongoing the transformation process for our mindset. Since before that, gender responsive governance was something far away notion. Then we realized that this is something that is needed, and right now we have the awareness why do we need that. So now when we have this conscious understanding why do we need that, we have some tangible results. Today, we can share a number of success stories that would not be possible without the gender responsive governance. Since in the past, the decisions were made more behind the scenes or were held in the behind the closed doors in the offices. Today, the vision of the gender responsive and gender mainstreaming approaches, we see the improvements. And for instance, for any repairment, we have the ramps and dropped curbs for people with disabilities and low mobility groups. We also have the new center for rehabilitation of children. And during the reconstruction of the social protection department, we have the restroom prepared for people with disabilities, and also there is the opportunity for moms with babies to be able to change diapers over there. So we are proud of this kind of improvements. Thank you, Tatiana. It's always pleasant to share the success stories, but there is hard work behind it. And this kind of work requires a systematic approach. We know that it's all about budgeting, it's all about the decision-making process. And as my colleagues stressed, that it's also about the outreach and awareness raising. How are you doing all that? Could you tell us about that? When we started this initiative of gender responsive budgeting principles introduction, the initiative was from the top, from the authorities, and unfortunately, I didn't see much of enthusiasm from the civil society sector. Although I understood that we need to join forces with the civil society sector to get tangible results. But I have realized that we may have the success there if we engage the activists, women who are active in our communities. Knowing the situation with the women's representation in our executive committee, city council, and advisory bodies, I've decided that 2020 would be the year of women's activism in civil society life and political life. We have established the Women's Council advisory body. This is for the rural communities. And I have also prepared the project that was supported by Ukrainian Women's Fund, and this is the project on strengthening the opportunities for women in the city of Voznesensk. That project already united women who have been active before, and it was an inspiration of those who were hesitant before. As a result, we have the Institute of Women Leadership, and we have created a conducive environment for this platform to work, and it is using the facilities of Youth Hub, and it also contains the room for mothers with babies, and we are working in this domain. As of now, we have a new secretary at our city council. This is the person who is very much caring about gender mainstreaming. And I am now more focused on civil society work. Thank you, Tatiana. And probably our participants of the online marathon may have some questions. So please stay with us for a few more minutes, and hopefully we will have some Q&A session at the end of our conversation. We've been mentioning more than once the fact that gender responsive budgeting takes into consideration the challenges that we are facing nowadays, and we have the governance crisis, and we also are pressed for resources. And I know that Valentina Poltavets knows how to solve all those matters for the amalgamated territorial communities. She's the representative of the Association of Amalgamated Territorial Communities. And you are the ones who are actually implementing the principles of gender responsive budgeting. Valentina, do you think that people actually understand the need for gender responsive budgeting approach, and your impressions in general? Thank you very much for these words of introduction, and thank you very much for these previous interventions. They were very interesting. I would like to say that our association has become the unique platform for gender responsive governance principles. Today, we are uniting over 600 territorial communities, and these are the territorial communities that are mostly rural and small town. And of course, the overarching aim and the biggest mission for us is to create comfortable conditions for the citizens to live in their communities. So, overlooking this diversity in needs of the citizens is simply the wrong thing to do. As one of our mayors said, well, yes, I thought that we should act in such a way. I just didn't know that this is called gender mainstreaming. You know, we see the shaping of this governance culture that is responsive to the needs of the citizens. In our association 2 years ago, the platform was established, and you know, our organization is based on a sector by sector approach. So we had this platform established to respond to the needs. This is the platform on gender equality that is led by Svetlana Spazheva. She is the head of Pokrovsk Amalgamated Territorial Community. This is the good example as Marefa, Voznesensky, and other territorial communities that are the front runners in gender mainstreaming. We believe that the smaller communities sometimes either lack the civil society activism, and that is why the local authorities, the municipal councils have to take the lead and have to step up also for the civil society sector. As Voznesensk representative Tatiana mentioned, it was initiated by the authorities, as quite often the local governments have these leaders who are capable of implementing gender mainstreaming agenda. Our role as the association is to support the leaders in their communities in terms of these efforts. As Dmitro mentioned, we are working on the legislation. We keep on amending it. But as of now, legislation, the legal framework is of rather high quality. The opportunities are there in the legislation, but implementation of that legislation is a different thing. In order to make that happen, we need to approach each governmental official and local councillor and train all of them, raise their awareness. We need to sensitize them, and we need to have trainings for them. They have to be able to live by it. Marefa is in close cooperation not just with NDI and the DOBRE program. We also had Polka Bernadette project, the Swedish project in the past. So this was the long pathway, and we see the result today. The tools that were mentioned earlier are the ones that are used in our communities, and our communities are the examples that step by step the improvements are possible. Gender statistics should be collected first and foremost, then gender passports are to be prepared, and respectively the decisions when it comes to the budget programs should be made with the consideration of gender principles. We have a gender issues and gender equality expert in our platform, and we even have the analysis of the language we are using, the wording that we are using. Even if you want to speak correctly, sometimes you are framing the questions in the wrong way and you are framing your sentences in the wrong way. So these tools have to be passed on to the communities. And we have so many examples. We have so many success stories that we don't have the time to cover all of that. In Chuguev, they have a wonderful approach to local governance. They have developed the rules for gender responsive communication and behavior in their executive committee and in the council. They also have the requirements to the official documents. And this is how it all starts. So this is the platform to exchange ideas, to share the expertise. Thank you, Valentina, for mentioning that. I was curious about other interesting cases, as in Ukraine we have quite extensive experience, and we can already prepare the compendium of Ukrainian success stories, and we could share those with other colleagues from other states. I'm very grateful to NDI and partners, all those who participated in this panel. I believe that the conclusion we can draw from this conversation is as follows: gender responsive responsive governance requires hard work, and it has to be the systematic one. A number of steps should be taken, and the more experts are on board, the more people are ready to spread the word, the more people are ready to undertake the mission and being the ambassadors of gender responsive budgeting principles, and the more people who advocate these approaches in the Verkhovna Rada, and I'm speaking about the Metro here or Marina in Kiev. I know that you are fighting this fight on your own, but we are there to support you. Thank you very much for this meeting. I'm sure that we have quite a huge number of victories ahead of us. People live in their communities and they have their real needs, local needs. So our experience is unique, and every time we meet, we'll have something to share. Thank you very much for this conversation. If you have any questions, we are ready to answer those, but I do not see any questions. Maybe we have some questions from NDI. Okay, Marina, you wanted to mention something, right? Well, yes, actually, I would like to thank all panelists and something to ask of NDI. I want this to be not just a women's business. Let's have more men engaged, and then it would be easier for us to prove at the local level that it's not just about women, it's about all of us, men as well. Well, we are done according to the agenda, so thank you very much. Colleagues, over to you.
Дякуємо, шановні спікерки та спікери.
Thank you so much. I'd like to thank our moderator. We have just listened to the discussion about gender responsive governance. And the final discussion for the day is women politicians in the media. I'd like to give the floor to Irina Slavinska, gender coordinator of Campaign Against Sexism in Media and Politics, Povaha, to moderate this discussion. Over to you. Thank you so much. I'm honored to be with you today. And today we will be able to share an extremely interesting experience during this discussion panel. I see that all of the participants are already turning on their videos, and let me introduce them. First, I'd like to mention the editor-in-chief of the Povaha website, Victoria Yermolaeva. Victoria, could you please wave your hands so that our viewers can quickly spot you on the screen? Also, I'd like to present Oksana Romanuk, Executive Director of the Institute of Mass Information. You can also move around, wave your hand so that we can easily spot you on the screen. Next, it is a pleasure to introduce Olha Herasimyuk, Chair of the National Council of TV and Radio Broadcasting of Ukraine. Olha already did everything that I have asked to previous leaders, and Irina Nizhny, candidate to the Kyiv City and Kyiv Oblast Council in 2020 local elections. Welcome. Today we're gonna have quite a complicated task. We have only an hour to tell about lots of challenges and problems in a positive sense, the challenges which we come across as soon as we start dealing with media. So, for example, when we are trying to cover the work of women in politics. So let us try approaching it from different perspectives, looking at it from different angles. Our experience is various, and I hope that there even are some strategic solutions that we can talk about. I'd like to just mention a couple of words for those who are watching us. The organizers are helping me to collect your question that you are submitting for our speakers. So if you have any questions available, then please submit them to the chat box in Zoom or in the comments below our Facebook live stream. No worries, they definitely will be forwarded to me, and we'll try to ask all of the questions. And without a further ado, let us get to discussing the practicalities. I think that it will be very great to have a broader look at the situation. Let's start with the fresh analytical data. I know that normally Right before the 8th of March, our colleagues from the Institute of Mass Information do the overview of how various online, offline media, TV, etc. talk about women. Well, this information is still fresh. Let us take a look whether the women are reflected properly in the media. And now I'd like to give the floor to Oksana Romanuk, Executive Director of the Institute of Mass Information. And I'm confident that she's gonna tell us about what is happening with covering women's activities in media. I hope you can hear me better now. First, I would like to express the gratitude to the organizers, to National Democratic Institute for a wonderful conference. I've been listening to it, and I'm truly admiring all of the men and women who spoke today. And I'd like to demonstrate a quick presentation. I'm going to share my screen now. Just a moment. What is new in covering women in media in Ukraine now? We're going to look at it from three various angles. First, we're going to look at our persona and then see who's to blame, both from the angle of media and angle of politics. Talking about the dynamic of change. 2020, it seems to me that you cannot see half of the slide, that you cannot exactly see year 2020. Can you see it better now? In 2020, the coronavirus pandemic had an extremely negative impact on women representation in media. It dropped 5%, and we haven't seen this kind of decrease since 2015, when all media were mainly writing about war and a lot of attention was dedicated to men. But everything changed because of local elections. The local elections contributed to covering women more. And now it is kept on one level, more or less, which is about 21%. If we're talking about the experts and if we're talking about the heroines, it's approximately at the same level as we had back in 2019. But the situation is quite poor with talk shows on TV channels. We carried out a common research at the Institute of Mass Information together with Detector Media, and unfortunately, at the political talk shows, we see mainly male representatives of political parties. The talk shows also mainly invite men. That is why here we see a huge misbalance. Almost 80% are male and about 20% are female. And this is what we see at the central TV stations at the national level. I'm shocked. The situation at the national level is much worse compared to the regional level. We have less sexism at the regional level, and female representation, respectively, is much better at the regional level compared to the national, the central one. And the TV channels in general, we mainly have about 35% of women experts and about 37% of female characters in news. Online, the situation is worse. 21% of women experts and 31% of female heroines. But even if we're talking about women politicians, it seems that these news are okay because it mentions women politicians. They are commenting on some things that are happening in the Rada. They're making statements about the bills and laws. But if we take a closer look, if we look at the general picture, We see that media would describe the way they look, their nails, their accessories. And we haven't found anything that has to do with the appearance of men. But there were lots of articles about the images of various female politicians, how they dress up, what nail polish color they have. Talking about the stereotypes, the key stereotype in Ukrainian online media and in media in general is appearance. Too much attention is paid to appearance. We have some of the articles that are dedicated to appearance of women with titles like "A woman's appearance is her business card." Every girl is aware that a lot depends on the way she looks. 26% are politicians. So a lot depends on women politicians. Number 2 are experts in healthcare, next in international affairs, and also there were lots of news that had to do with the weather. But women politicians can have impact. At the same time, there is a huge sexism gap. I just want you to read some of the examples to better understand how can we survive in a society like that. The titles: 6 celebrities who got old too early. We looked at it and we have realized that we have to survey the journalists, ask what's wrong with the journalists. Why do we have these types of titles in our media? And we have surveyed 251 journalists from all regions in Ukraine and found out the following. The best gender balance is in Kyiv, which is 56%. Probably here we speak about it more. In the south of the country, the situation is also better. Odessa, Kherson, Mykolaiv region, 52%. In the western part of Ukraine, 50%. And the situation is the worst if we look at the gender balance in central and eastern regions of Ukraine. 39%. If we're talking about CSOs, donors, international community, I think that we have to specifically pay attention to that. 39% of journalists in central and eastern part of Ukraine understand what gender balance is and why it needs to be supported by media. Next, the journalists, 33% said that they already are trying to support the gender balance. And I think that this already is an advantage, an achievement. 63% said that they are using feminitives all the time. And all media, one way or another, do use it. But there are media that are using them in a systematic way. Unfortunately, we have just a few of them. But all use them to a certain extent. And the fact that 63% are already paying attention to that, I believe already is a positive achievement, because take 2 years ago, up to 10% of media outlets were only using feminitives. 41% of the journalists said that the gender balance is making their work more complicated. You clearly have to make an effort to look for a woman who is an expert. And only 9% are completely against gender balance. In the survey form, they said that this is imposed by the Western countries, that there is some kind of the ET that came from other planet who is trying to impose it on us. And if we're going to stick to gender balance, we all will turn LGBT. But now let's look at what politicians think. Together with Detector Media, we have analyzed what politicians, opinion leaders, political analysts, activists think, and what they post on social media, and what they wrote on the occasion of the International Women's Day on March 8. Politicians mainly wrote it. 100% of politicians wrote at least something on their social media. Well, with the activists, they mainly kept quiet. And we were astonished that at the national level, 55% of posts by politicians contained sexism. It started with the President Zelensky, who tried to somehow tell the women that they are not the weak gender, but in the end he said that women are the catalyst that are making men proper human, that without you we are not real personalities. The Minister of Education, Scarlett, and now I'm calling him Minister of Beautiful Science and Spring-y knowledge. This is something that should be awarded to get this is the egg anti-award. Lots of politicians were promoting stereotypes. I'm going to demonstrate it. Stereotypes at the central level. Real femininity. 31% of politicians were talking about what it is like to be a real woman. Can somebody please explain it? Why? 20% were talking about the celebration of spring. And another thing that astonished me, that 10% were about hatred towards feminism, towards this holiday. 1 in 10 posts was humiliating women. And this is something that I'm concerned about. What was done at the regional level? Also, stereotype number 1 was about the celebration of spring. Here we're not talking about being a real woman, it's number 2. And I think that this also indicates that probably women are better present and more active at the regional level. So here people don't really talk about being a real woman. How would you tell that if this person is going to the same meetings with you? But there is also a new stereotype at the regional level, which says, I'm so sorry for that dude. What is this stereotype about? The politicians, officials were saying that men do not have a holiday of their own, and they are forced to spend money, give presents to women. And if you don't give a present, it means that you're wrong. And we have matriarchate in Ukraine. That's why women have commonly established this celebration. And the amount of hatred towards feminism was much lower. And only 1.5% was mentioning that this is some kind of a communist celebration. On the basis of these posts in social media, once more, this mainly has to do with politicians and officials at the local level. We have found a head of oblast administration or a mayor who is the head of the city at the regional level, and this is a ranking of top sexist oblasts. Top 1 and 2 are Dnipro and Sumy. 100% of their posts during the International Women's Day had a sexism in certain form. I think that various organizations should also pay attention to that. Number 3 and 4 are Kherson and Odessa, followed by Chernihiv, Mykolaiv, and Vinnytsia. Well, something must have gone wrong with writing all of the congratulations during the holiday. But there was also some positive. Chernivtsi wrote a lot about women's rights. We were so happy when we were reading that all. It truly was extremely positive. 60% in Lviv mentioned women's rights. In Kherson and Donbass, because in Donbass we're monitoring several regions at the same time. Not regions, I'm sorry, several different cities and towns. That is why we just named it Donbass. We have 57.1%. So this is the data that demonstrated what we have learned with the help of 3 researchers. And this time we did not only look at the balance, we also tried to see what is in people's minds, in people's heads. What do we do with that? And we hope that this data will be of interest, that it will be useful, and that it will help you in the future. Thank you.
До речі, це насправді дуже цікавий інноваційний
By the way, this is quite innovative and interesting approach. That is the reflection of the fact that we met at the end of 2020 for that mock prize. This is an egg. And we have a few nominations in this award, the publications in media and also the public statements made by the public actors. And this 8th of March celebrations, greetings are always there. So I am already curious about the analysis to be carried out at the end of 2021. And probably some of the people mentioned by Oksana Romanyuk would be our nominees for this mock prize at the end of the year. And now we continue with a very interesting question in the chat box, but probably we'll get back to that question after the round of statements. And this is a question about the stereotypes of the work of media. But before we respond to that, let me give you more context. Apart from the analytics presented by Oksana Romanyuk, we can give more context from our life. Speaking of the fact that the women politicians are not objectively depicted in media, we need to mention the digital harassment phenomenon, which is quite widespread, and it is used as the means to exert pressure on women politicians. We have Irina Nizhnik. She was the candidate at the TTT City Council and Kyiv Oblast Council 2020 elections. And Irina has her own story of that pressure being exerted. And what's important, this is the fact that we have some interesting outcome of that story. And it ends with the trial. So she's sued for the sexist statements and insults. But I don't want to spoil her intervention. I just read yesterday that you are going to file a lawsuit, and I was very happy about that because all those who are guilty should be punished. Could you tell us more about that? Yes, sure. Good afternoon, everyone. I would like to welcome everyone who is the panelist in this marathon and who are the viewers in this marathon. And I would like to thank you for the opportunity of sharing my story of countering discriminatory statements. My election participation in 2020, this was not the first time. I was running in 2015 at the local elections, and I was elected to the local council. In 2016, we had the snap election to amalgamated territorial community. And I was running in those elections as the head of the community. I was running for the mayor's office, and I was 27 years old then. So this was the first time when I had to face some sexist statements like, why is she doing that? She's too young for that. But internally, I was prepared for everything, and I didn't pay any attention to that. So I was moving forward with my campaign. I lost that election, but I had support in my community. And in 2020, of course, I was considering whether to run in the elections or not. Given that I'm active in my community, I have decided to actually run in the elections, and I was the candidate for the Kyiv City Council elections. I was a candidate from Khvila party, And the leadership of the party offered me to run for Kiev Oblast Council as well. So the electoral process started. We started pre-electoral campaign, and on my personal Facebook page, I posted the information that I'm running to Kiev Oblast Council and to Titiev City Council. This post was shared in one group in the Titiev community. This is the group called Titiev Truth. And right away, well, I don't remember, maybe it was not right away, maybe the next day, I saw that publication. I saw the post from an official in the Titiev City Council. She was the head of the education department, and she said, no, a person who having grow old enough and at the 30 years of age is neither a mother nor a wife and nor an official, cannot be the head of oblast. Well, I laughed about it because I wasn't running for the oblast council head. I wanted to become the council of the Kiev Oblast, and I realized that this could be of negative impact for my image and for the attitude of my constituents. And after that, I received a lot of questions. Why aren't you married yet? Why don't you have children yet? I posted this comment on my official Facebook page and on the webpage of Elections Without Sexism, and your FAM Association supported me as well. They supported me in the way that they helped me to file a lawsuit, and I didn't want to sue during the electoral campaign because this was personal for me, and I didn't want it to be the populistic issue for someone. That's why I have decided to file a lawsuit in January. And as of 3rd of March, we had the pre-review in this trial. The claimant, Tatiana Ilina, responded to that claim, and in the court, she keeps on making her point. She wrote down the following, that I have not attained the material and financial resources that are customary to the Slavic way of living, so I cannot be the public actor. So on the 6th of April, we'll have the hearing in this trial. And I have received information that one of the groups in the Titiev community, Titiev Sogodny, Titiev Today, there was the response to the publication of the webpage Elections Without Sexism. And that was the publication that I'm going to sue. So she responded to that. And in that post, she keeps on repeating that I'm worthless and I am not capable of anything. Well, the line. So being the defendant in the court, she is still continuing this line of reasoning. And at some point she was the head of educational department. And I am sure that this is not just the one-time story. I'm sure that there are many women who could share the stories if they want to be in politics. Getting back to this story and getting back to history, Lesa Ukrainka, Ukrainian poet, and together with Olga Kobylanska, she was attesting to the processes of reconsidering themselves and their mindsets and their role. So I believe that those women who have to sustain these discriminatory and sexist statements, who are actually the insults and which are degrading, I should say that we could fight that. While preparing for the court and while preparing for my case, there are certain flaws in the legislation for this kind of trials. So, for these statements to be recognized as sexist and for the statements to be recognized as degrading and harmful to someone's dignity and reputation in the social media, well, that may be hard to prove. I believe that those people who resort to sexism, those are the people who are lacking proper arguments and those who are lacking in proficiency. Since in my case in particular, to quote my age or to quote my marital status, well, I'm sorry, it's my decision whether I'm ready to give birth to a child, and it's my decision whether I want to be settled down with a house and with a garden or not. It's my choice, and I am the one to make it. I am a person, and I am sure that our community is ready to see some liability for this kind of statements. Miss Irina, we have some questions from Miss Olga, who is viewing us right now. She is asking about the emotional state and how did you react to this kind of posts? And they were actually asking for you to go to the court. And what was your emotional reaction? And how did you prepare for that court case? I'm sure that the story you told us resonates with many of our viewers. And of course, let's be frank, we cannot get our skin thick enough for the electoral campaign. Every word hurts, especially when we are embarking on the electoral campaign. And it's also about your reputation. So, how do you feel? What is your emotional state about that story? Well, to be honest, during the electoral campaign, well, back in the days when that post was made, and given the fact that my emotional state was not that stable because you are stressed about the outcome of the elections and you don't know what the final result will be. So back then it had a negative influence on me. Well, not the very fact that I read that post about my age or my marital status. I have my personal life that is just not for show. And this is my private life. It's personal. I don't even have to justify myself when it comes to it. So, yes, I had to seek consult of a specialist. So, I've been working with a psychologist on the situation because I needed to recover quickly from it. I needed to get back into proper psychological state to be active in my electoral campaign. And the further publications of this lady and the meeting in court and even her today's post, well, you see, I now accept it as my experience, and I see that nothing would stop her, even the lawsuit. So while being in court, she keeps on writing all that about me. So I have decided to behave as follows. Irina, you have no right to be emotional about it. This is just a fact, so you just accept it as it is and you go to the court with it. It's not about you, it's not personal.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much for being so confident. I think that lots of the viewers can agree to what was just written by Milena in the chat box, that she admires your courage. This is a very important case study, and it would be great if people who write these hate things, hate comments, also realize that you can be punished for that. And that leads us to another very important part of our discussion. We're talking about the importance not only of some efforts in silo, but also large strategic steps at the national level. Especially, it's great if it is done by some regulatory body. And now I'm hinting at the work of the National Council of TV and Radio Broadcasting, which is represented at this meeting by its chair, Olga Herasimyuk. And I think that it would be great if Ms. Herasimyuk could tell us about both sides of it, how the National Council during elections 2020 started monitoring whether there is any sexism towards candidates, what was happening with various mass media. And the second bit, I think that you can also tell us about where that led us and the news that we all have mentioned on March 22, the new methodology for monitoring. So over to you. Please share this inspiring story with us. Good afternoon. I would like to also thank Irina for being such a brave, courageous person, for going to court with this matter, not dropping it. I understand how she felt. I also went through things like that a long time ago. It was in 2012. I was also running in a region, in Odessa region. There was a huge machine, the party of regions against me, guns, attacks, etc. I have managed to survive all of that. And I think that they were attacking me as a politician, probably not as a woman, but rather as a competitor of their candidate. But all of the things that they were addressing to me were definitely sexist. And you know, back then I also sued them. And up to this very day, this case has not been resolved. It's still somewhere there. I think that it must have been closed. And I remember this attacker said that some woman was accusing me and using swear words when talking to me. That's my description. So I understand how you felt, Irina. Maybe you will succeed, and I will try to also get the decision on my case. Thank you for this opportunity. Oh, by the way, I also would like to say that my competitor won back in the day, obviously, because it was me versus the whole party of regions. And once on TV, he said, "She's shaking a hand like a real man." That was his evaluation of me. Nevertheless, this year, for the first time, a norm was submitted to the legislation, to the election legislation, the norm about prohibiting sexism. Previously, when analyzing elections, we also tried to look at this process through the so-called gender prism. But in our report, there was only several lines dedicated to that, because there were neither mechanisms which would allow us to better approach it. It was basically our own initiative. But this year, we finally have Article 47, Part 4, which talks about non-acceptability of sexism. So we also did our own quantitative and qualitative analysis. We took 15 TV and radio broadcasters in Ukraine September to October 2020, and also analyzed some regional TV and radio broadcasters, also analyzed them against the same month. I was closely listening to what Oksana was talking about because our research were somewhat similar. We just looked at a different aspect. Our aim was to detect and identify gender and age stereotypes in media by TV broadcasters. We were doing text and visual analysis, and gender stereotypes was something that we're looking at. We also analyzed the language, the voiceover, and we also were analyzing the way men and women look on screen. And talking about the quantitative analysis, we were looking at the numbers, and qualitative, we were trying to answer some questions. We wanted to ask about the following. Do male and female candidates have equal access to media without any discrimination? Is there any prejudice towards the candidates based on their gender? Is gender equality discussed? Are discussions only focused on finance, defense, those things that traditionally are something that is managed by men? This is in the context of the election process. And also we looked at what men and women were talking about. Men were mainly talking about corruption, politics, and women mainly asked about social aspects, etc. Another question, are media trying to overcome gender stereotypes by encouraging the society to see that there should be equality and that should be perceived as the norm? And are women perceived in such a way so that their viewers would gain a larger confidence to women? And we wanted to understand how the policy is structured and shaped. And the final one is there information that is aimed at raising awareness of female voters. So this is what we were analyzing against. We had very interesting findings. I'm just going to mention some of them. Say, for example, I mentioned that when we were analyzing it, we practically looked at the question of different bits that were dedicated to gender topic. None of the broadcasters not really dedicate a separate bit of their broadcasting to this topic. Maybe some did, but it was very minor. Talking about the national public TV and radio broadcaster of Ukraine. We know that normally with the different talk shows, there were more men. 14 male hosts and 12 female hosts. And in the field where you have to run around to collect information, only 2 males versus 11 females. Channel 5. I'd like to emphasize that with Channel 5, we could see a slightly different situation. Out of 47 cases, we have spotted 32 men, 15 women, but the hosts were male 13 times and females 18 times. Talking about reporters, 14 men and 15 women. Only 1 woman more than men. Talking about experts, 9 men versus 4 women. Other participants were 70 men and 44 women. So this is what we did with every single broadcaster. To save up some time, I'm not going to read all of the figures, but mainly with the TV shows, 89 men, 23 women. Talking about the experts, experts are mainly men, reporters are mainly women. So all their hard job, all of their hard work is done by women. And this has to do with almost all TV companies. I would like to mention that News One, for example, which is blocked at the moment, they are not broadcasting. There were some statements made regarding the assistant to the President of the United States. At Nash TV channel, it was slightly different. There was Maxim Nazarov, one of the hosts for that TV company, who was making some negative discriminatory statements about raising males in Ukraine on behalf of the female participant. It was Snezhana Yegorova, who lately has been expressing some weird things. So these are the outcomes, the findings, which one could take a look at and make conclusions. And I would like to mention something else. When doing the quantitative analysis, we looked at the following: the gender of the candidates, the tone of their speech, negative, positive, or neutral, the gender of the host, the gender of reporters, journalists, and the gender of the experts. I have just covered all of that previously. And on national TV channels, we haven't seen any prejudice from the journalists towards the candidates based on their gender. Also, local and regional TV companies. We didn't see lots of different programs that would be dedicated to gender equality. And if something negative was mentioned, it didn't have to do with the gender, but rather with the political position of the candidates. However, gender equality and spreading information that has to do with raising awareness of female voters or their active participation in elections was not also covered broadly during the last elections. So, our monitoring demonstrates the situation varies in the context of elections. It all depends on the regions. It was also mentioned by Oksana. Gender equality can be observed in Zhytomyr region, in Volyn, Transcarpathia, Chernivtsi. We see some misbalance, more males, and also in national and some satellite channels, we see the misbalance in inviting the participants. I've already mentioned that. Mainly, men were invited to such TV channels as Espresso, 1+1 Studio, Premier Channel, Nash Channel, and News One, as well as some local regional broadcasters. And we're concerned by what is done by our public broadcaster, because they have this misbalance when mainly women are the ones who are running around bringing the information, and only men are the experts and the host. This is very sad. We have to pay more attention to that. A gender misbalance was also observed in the fact that more attention is paid to male candidates. What I have just shared with you, colleagues, well, this shows you the picture, because the legislation, gender legislation in Ukraine, is not as good as in Europe. I say gender equality in all areas of public life. The National Council is trying to change things for better as much as we can. I'd like to spread the gratitude to my partners. I'd like to thank Irina, who constantly keeps talking about this topic, keeps working on this topic, who invites me to all possible platform so that we can promote these ideas together. I'd like to thank Povaha. I'd like to also thank National Democratic Institute for the cooperation. We have just recently made a presentation, and Irina has already mentioned it. This is a first. It makes us extremely happy. Today, we have gained a tool for monitoring gender matters. Methodology was presented, a methodology for such monitoring. The monitoring that is aimed at countering sexism and gender stereotypes in Ukrainian broadcasters. You can go to the website of the National Council, see that announcement dated March 23, which tells you more about the fact that today, Tamara Martsenuk, she was presenting that project back in the day, has developed a wonderful foundation that can be used so that today we can start monitoring what is broadcasted from the perspective of gender balance. And there is a working group at the National Council that has been working for several years now. And they have achieved some success. It demonstrates that our TV companies do not really see lots of problems with the gender balance. Well, yes, they do admit that maybe there is an issue, but they are very much surprised when we're telling them things like this. Say, if one of them was listening to us now, they would have surprised that the figures are the way they are. They do not pay enough attention to that. They think that everything is okay. And they truly are surprised when you give them such simple examples. And when you try, as this methodology suggests, when coming across the difficulties in identifying whether there is a problem in your specific case or not, applying this methodology of mirroring when you don't know whether you have managed to stick to the balance or not. Try putting a woman into man's shoe in your program or show, or vice versa, when you're talking about women politicians discussing their nails. Try imagining that instead of this lady, there will be a gentleman, and you will definitely understand how inappropriate this type of approach is. I don't know how much more time I have left, but this monitoring results this methodology will be available today. We have already contacted Tamara. She will share it with us today, and it will be available on the website of the National Council. Please use it, because this methodology for monitoring will be used not only by the regulating body, and it will be not only applied for the sake of imposing sanctions, even though we will also be doing that. It is important for the media outlets so that they can better understand what is happening in their newsrooms, what is happening in their heads, what is happening in their environment with their employees. Because when we suggested, could you please share with us what is happening with gender policy among your employees? Who is your leadership? What gender are they? Who mainly leads? And who is mainly on the executive positions? And who is working at the lowest level? The companies refuse to do that, thinking that it's going to be quite a costly affair. And I think that this is the root of the problem. Also, I would like to say that this methodology will also matter because when we are suggesting to analyze one or other statement or a video, we will be comparing various visions and perspectives And as Tamara says, sometimes it's not even the result of this analysis that matters, but rather the comments, because they will give us food for thought and will help us to understand how do we proceed. Therefore, congratulations on the occasion of finally getting this methodology. I would like to also mention that the National Council will raise awareness that we will be telling more and more about this methodology. I have mentioned that on the 23rd, we have the Change Ukraine platform, which was established so that during pandemic, regional broadcasters can get some information that they would cover, because there is not enough funding, there are not enough opportunities, and many companies have to cut down on the amount of shows and programs. So on this platform, you will be able to find a series of awareness-raising trainings. Local broadcasters will participate, our colleagues from regions will participate. They're looking forward to this methodology so that they can also work with that. And I hope that Irina and Victoria and all those who are watching us today, including Irina Nizhnik, that we all will be on that platform and will be promoting this wonderful experience. Thank you so much.
Thank
you very much for these words of inspiration, and thank you for sharing this information. I would like to say that Pavaha campaign is also carrying out awareness-raising function. We have prepared the checklist with the advice to media representatives, the advice on how to combat sexism, and hopefully your methodology would be complementary to this. And now I would like to pass on to our next speaker. This is Victoria Yermolaeva. She is the editor-in-chief of Pavaha campaign website. This is the campaign against sexism. And now we have the opportunity to hear about the non-governmental sector work and civil society activist work. Thank you, Irina. I'm very happy to join today's discussion. I was very much inspired by what Irina Nizhnik and Olga Gerasimuuk mentioned. You know, it's great that we have the monitoring ongoing, and it's also wonderful that we have lawsuits now, and women are not afraid to challenge the statements that are made public. In Pavaha campaign, we've been working for 7 years in a row, monitoring the sexism and discrimination of women in politics and in media. And yes, of course, during electoral campaigns, especially for the local campaigns, women have to face digital harassment. Unfortunately, the most cynical statements and attacks take place during the local elections because candidates often know each other and they make it personal. This is something that we observed in 2020. So in Pavaha website, we publish information about that. And we are also trying to support publicly women candidates, and we make our official statements as well. I would like to say that unfortunately, Ukrainian social media contain a lot of hate speech examples, but quite often the media outlets contain hate speech, and even top politicians may sometimes resort to some wordings that are unacceptable in 2021. Speaking of the attitude of men towards their female colleagues, we see some public complacency, irony, sarcasm, and all of those are the attributes of sexism. This hate speech cannot be tolerated. It should be responded to. And it doesn't even matter who is it actually against. Is it against a woman politician or some other women? We should not tolerate that. This kind of aggressive behavior should not be considered as normal behavior. It requires certain response, and that should be the response from the society as well. And that response should be shown in social media and in media outlets, conventional media outlets. You know, the experts do not recommend to start a dialogue for those who are experiencing bullying. No, it is not recommended to start the dialogue with their bullies, but we need to have other people, outsiders, saying that this is not acceptable behavior. In years of our work, we have seen a lot of hate, sexist comments, and spread of this kind of sexist information that may hinder the outcome of the elections. Sometimes it's visual because the female candidates may be depicted or photoshopped to be shown as if they are wearing the revealing clothing, and sometimes even they are depicted as the ones who are providing sexual services, and quite often they are even threatened. Those threats may even go as far as the threats of rape and physical attacks. Unfortunately, we do not have the examples of this kind of cases being successfully investigated and the respective court decisions being made. There is this issue of impunity for these haters in social media. Nonetheless, there are various initiatives, public initiatives from civil society organizations, and public campaigns may change the balance. We may draw more attention to this. We can make the difference. There is an initiative, the Smoke Award, It's an Egg. This is the anti-award for sexism, two nominations, sexism statements and sexism materials in media. So Pavaha campaign had already held 2 awards of that kind. So in 2019, the president was awarded with this prize. And in 2020, luckily, he was not even shortlisted. So at least our award made that difference, and at least this kind of progress has been achieved. We already have some cases to be the nominees for 2021 prize. I hope that we'll have fewer cases of this kind. Well, you know, Victoria, I'm actually hopeful that we'll have more cases like that, because that would be the indicator of low tolerance of the audience to this kind of expressions and statements. It's 14:30 right now, and I would like to thank everyone because we have to wind up our discussion right now. We had the question in our chat box, and it was mentioned more than once. Media have in their headlines the information that people are willing to read about, but this is the two-way street. Media representatives are the reflections of what is considered as normal. So when we start responding to sexism, the society will also get the message that it is unacceptable. For instance, obscene wording is not tolerated in media. So we understand that if we are having this civilized conversation, we are not supposed to resort to obscenities. I would like to thank our panelists, Victoria Yermolaeva, Oksana Romaniuk, Olga Krasimiuk, and Irina Nizhnik. So let me conclude with the following. The grassroots initiatives are important. The bottom-up approach is important. zero tolerance to each case is important, but there is also the role of the law, and there should be the proper liability. So these all combined will give us the chance to have the positive outcome. And I would like to pass on to our voice of the marathon. I would like to thank our speakers and moderator for this discussion panel, Women Politicians in Media. Dear ladies and gentlemen, we are happy to have Maria Ionova joining us. She is the MP and she is the head of Equal Opportunities Caucus. Good afternoon, everyone. Greetings. I saw that you had a lively debate, and this is the purpose of this public online marathon, to have lively debates. You have already discussed the challenges, but also the opportunities, and we already have the roadmap for the executive authorities and legislative authorities, civil society, and the media, how to react and what to do about sexism statements. Since I got back to Donetsk region, and we had the forum conducted together with the National Democratic Institute. This is the forum for women leaders in local governance. And on that forum, we discussed the following. We have a plan in the parliament. We have the plan for the future, but that plan implementation is impossible without you, civic activists, media representatives. And let me be frank with you. So the political will for the bills like countering discrimination in the electoral process and improvement of the quota tools, as well as countering sexism in the parliament, not to mention defense and security sector, where we should have constant improvement in terms of the equality of men and women covered by the legislation. It is important for all of us to be aware of these issues, and I would like to be able to see more representatives of the parliament who are active in terms of gender equality championing. And we also would like to hear from the gender issues advisors at the regional level. But I see that our Equal Opportunities Caucus is mobilizing the regional representation. We see that this tool is actually operational. It only requires certain encouragement and support. It was right of Irina to mention that it should be bottom-up approach. There should be the initiative coming from men and women at the grassroots level. In our forum, we had men participating as well, and this question of mentorship and the participation of the civil society organizations at the local levels, it's all of paramount importance. Let me draw your attention to the fact that under the pandemic circumstances, women in local authorities, and especially in rural areas, in amalgamated territorial communities, require more attention. And that is explained by the fact that when I was mentioning the amendments to be introduced to the electoral code, we see that at the local councils, the number of women decreased, and we see that the legislation should be the safeguard for women's participation to prevent the manipulations from some political parties. And quite often we hear from the parties that they do not have enough women in the regions or in specific localities, but that is not completely true. that gender quota should be set out and embedded in the ideology of political forces. The civil society sector and the legislators have to prepare amendments to the legislation, given the experience of elections of 2020. In any case, while going to the regions, we see how gender quota made the difference in terms of promoting gender equality between men and women. This is the tool that would be the gradual treatment from stereotypes. And we also mentioned that the local elections are challenging for women politicians due to the prejudices and due to sexism. So the proper competition was not there. It was unfair. So this kind of cases should be called out. We should shed light on this kind of cases, and legislation has to be respectively amended. Let me give you an example. In the Donetsk region, and I am giving you an example of the response to some cases. So in the Donetsk region, there was the ad for the taxi services, and there was the photo of a lady with the statement like, I had sex with him. So why are we having this kind of statements? We should respond to them. And speaking of women who reside in rural areas, we should protect their economic capacity. We see that in some localities, there are leaders of amalgamated territorial communities, and some neighboring communities are trying to take the entities that are the biggest taxpayers from them. So we have to carry out the proper analysis of what is happening with the budget funds allocations at the local level for the amalgamated territorial communities. Apart from that, the training needs should be stressed. We heard about retraining, and we see that small businesses are going belly up, and you know that in rural areas, not enough measures are taken to solve the issue of poverty. And this kind of poverty hits rural women who reside in rural areas, but it's also about access to healthcare services, access to jobs. So maybe their professional skills should be changed so they could be retrained. Getting back from the Donetsk region, something became evident to me. So economics matters and defense matters. So the economic burden is very high, since in the regions, even the access to land rights are violated if this is the area where hostilities take place. And these regions lack the information. The citizens do not have the proper information how to deal with that. I would like to urge all of us to work with regional media, because they have to sensitize the citizens. They need to support women at the local level, since information is in short supply, and these women also need support in terms of training. They do not know how to apply for some projects in international organizations. We know that there are some opportunities offered, but they do not know how to seize these opportunities. So we'll keep you updated, and we also urge political parties to support the women politicians who have been elected in some constituencies. So probably it would make sense to take the lead when we have the Oblast Council and the interfaction unions, the caucuses. We need to support women in amalgamated territorial communities. Getting back to the issue of political parties, we have to incorporate gender responsive agenda in our operations. Women have to support other women, newly elected women members of parliament could be joining forces with other women so that we could face challenges all together. That will help us to see that in our community, in our society, we are seeing the transformational changes. We are on the path of change. And we are making this step to have more women in political life and to have more women in decision-making process. I hope that this kind of mutual support and coordination of our efforts would assist us in filling in the gaps in terms of the informational gaps and also in terms of support being provided where it is needed. Anyway, the community is ready to see the changes, and I would like to remind you about the recent NDI research. According to that research, we found out that there should be the equal representation in the governance and in the decision-making process. I would like to congratulate all the participants of this marathon with all your efforts. We have a lot of work ahead of us. So let's keep in touch. Let's coordinate our efforts and hopefully we'll have even better figures in our next researches.
Дякуємо, пані Марія.
Thank you so much, Maria. Ladies and gentlemen, the discussion part of Media Marathon is adjourned.
Під час сьогоднішнього марафону
During today's marathon, our speakers have discussed the importance of gender equality in politics. The Vice Prime Minister of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, Olena Kondratyuk, has pointed out that during 2020 and 2019 elections, gender quotas worked. But now it is necessary to turn quantity into quality, which means giving the women elected access to socially important resources. At the level of the Verkhovna Rada, it means equal representation of men and women at managerial and leading positions. Olga Stefanishina also seconded that. Nothing for women without women. When discussing the outcomes of 2020 local elections, the speakers have pointed out that to further increase the number of women in local councils at all levels, we require systematical change. It is necessary to keep training and raising women leaders without waiting for perfect situation. Gender responsive governance is the new practice not only for Ukraine, but for many European countries as well. Ukrainian parliament, territorial communities, and Kyiv are working on developing the gender-responsive governance toolkit for national and local policy levels. And as it was mentioned during the second discussion, it should be happening in an overarching way. It should be comprehensive. The fair coverage of women politicians in media is something that will help us uproot the stereotypes existing in the Ukrainian society. Presently, strategic steps are being taken towards achieving gender-balanced policies, such as developing methodology of gender monitoring, creating a checklist for avoiding sexism, and even the court precedents of tackling sexism. It is very important that the regulating bodies are paying attention to that. Ladies and gentlemen, Media Online Marathon Equality in Politics was organized by the National Democratic Institute with the generous support of American people, provided with the help of USAID. It was also supported by the government of Sweden, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Canada, Foreign, Commonwealth and Development Office. National Democratic Institute is the partner of USAID DOBRE program that is implemented by the consortium led by global communities. Please stay tuned. You can follow us on our online resources. Повага campaign and women are 50% of Ukraine's success. See you again. Dear participants, Online Media Marathon Equality in Politics is over. Thank you all for joining us today, be it in Zoom or watching our online stream.